disagree with, right? With him telling the New York Times' The Daily podcast that the city has gotten a pretty dramatic increase in 911 calls from people in the community related to a lot of the street enforcement that's happening.
I mean, it's everything from people are being arrested and their cars are left in the roadway, sometimes blocking the street. In one case, left when it wasn't even placed in park and was rolling down the road. We had another time where there was a dog in the car and they left the dog in the car.
Wow.
I mean, even this morning, we've gotten calls for individuals who were pepper sprayed by ICE. There's just a variety of calls for service that we then have to manage and triage that were not happening before.
O'Hara also affirmed that American citizens are being stopped by ICE, but then also added,
they're not stopping family members of folks who are Norwegian or Irish. That's not happening.
Right, and then O'Hara also questioned whether ICE agents are well enough trained to handle the kinds of encounters that we've been seeing. And while he didn't have O'Hara taking an explicit stand regarding Renee Good's killing, he did say,
the number one is you don't place yourself in the path of the vehicle. That's like traffic stop 101. You don't do that.
You know, a big thing with all this is that neither he or any state or local official has any say in the handling of this case. Or because Trump's Justice Department has blocked authorities in Minnesota from participating in what initially was meant to be a joint FBI and state criminal investigation. And that it's going down as some senior administration officials immediately labeled Good as a domestic terrorist after she was killed. Right, even though investigators, they barely had time to collect and assess the facts about the case. Now, Trump's DOJ, specifically the DOJ's Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights, has decided that his division won't investigate Good's killing at all. Which is especially odd because that's usually the case for a shooting involving law enforcement. And actually with all this, you now have at least 4 senior officials resigning from the division, from which more than 250 attorneys had already left over the course of Trump's second term. And on top of that, you've had another 6 federal prosecutors in Minnesota resigning in protest as well, including the one who's been overseeing the massive fraud investigation that Trump's pointed to justify the ICE operation in the city. Right, and notably, you had him and the others making this decision not just because of the lack of investigation into the agent who shot Good, but because senior DOJ officials pushed instead for a criminal investigation into Good herself. And in fact, with that, the department's focus is reportedly her possible connections to activist groups protesting the administration's immigration crackdown. Or with that, looking into a number of things, including who took part in the type of neighborhood watch activities that Good may have been involved with. Or with Trump's DOJ officials reportedly believing they might be instigators of the shooting. And while, you know, Trump administration officials have repeatedly vowed to crack down on left-wing activists in the past, this stands out because it has the potential to involve people not accused of committing any violence. With that, you have former department officials reportedly warning that such a wide-ranging inquiry raises the chances that forms of political protest could be criminalized. And of course, that's as these protests might only be gaining steam, especially because, as we talked about yesterday, the polling against ICE is bad. ICE has become very, very unpopular with the American public, and we've seen some Democrats tying all this together with other issues that might prove important to voters. Or with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, for example, recently telling reporters,
I want everybody to understand the cuts to your health care are what's paying for this. Nearly $1 trillion in healthcare was taken out and given to ICE. So understand how these dots connect. You get screwed over.
We needed
to
that
pay
money.
A bunch of thugs.
You could have just
that
sent
are
each
shooting
one of
buddies
us
in
$1
the
million
face.
instead.
That is what.
If you could just buy our love. Why not? Why would you buy ICE? Because you're a piece of shit tyrant. Why not just take that $1 trillion and give every fucking American $1 million? That's ridiculous.
This administration's doing, that's what the Republican Party did.
You also had Ilhan Omar, the representative for Minnesota's 5th Congressional District, which includes the entire city of Minneapolis, making a similar argument on X and adding, ICE isn't making us safer, it's terrorizing our communities. All while you've also had her going after Elon Musk for pushing misinformation about her state. Because, for example, you had Musk suggesting on X yesterday that Omar, who was born in Somalia, is only in office because of undocumented Somali immigrants, a claim that Omar responded to by saying, "You are one of the dumbest people on earth. My district is literally a majority white district," and adding, "Your conspiracy theories are laughable and should have no place in a society that cares about facts." Right, and actually on the topic of Elon Musk, we need to talk about the international battle that's been brewing over his AI chatbot, Grok, especially as the US government is currently doing their damnedest to protect and enable pedophilia. And this actually isn't connected to the Epstein files, right? There have been growing concerns around the world surrounding AI-generated sexual images of people, especially with children. And front and center of this very important conversation has been Grok AI, especially after it began allowing users to edit images with text prompts back in late December. A move that, shocker, led to a flood of non-consensual AI-generated photos of women in their underwear on X, as well as sexual images of children. Right, and you've been seeing more and more people speaking out, including popular creators like Twitch streamer Sweet Anita, saying, as an onlooker and a target of the Grok bikini trend, I can't help but feel as though our bodies are being used to bolster usage statistics just to impress investors, all while we pay the price. saying these deepfakes of unclothed women and children, they're still getting posted every single second. I don't know how the people running X could in good conscience choose to profit from that. At this point, it looks so intentional to me. I'm disgusted. It makes me sick that Twitter has been turned into such a dark place. Right, and in response to this backlash, you saw XAI saying two big things. One, they promised to take action against any images generated of children. And two, they limited image generation and editing to paying subscribers. So seemingly, A, they're fine with non-consensual images of just anyone else as long as they're not children. And B, you can still use the tools, but you have to give them money. They are actively trying to monetize from this scandal around children, which is why for many, whether it be Sweet Anita or international leaders, this was nowhere near good enough. In fact, this whole thing, it led to Grok access being blocked in Indonesia and Malaysia, with Indonesia's Minister of Communications and Digital Affairs saying in a statement, the government views the practice of non-consensual sexual deepfakes as a serious violation of human rights, dignity, and the security of citizens in the digital space. Leaders in the UK are also concerned, with Britain's Prime Minister Keir Starmer's spokesperson saying that just limiting image generation to subscribers is, quote, not a solution and is insulting to victims of sexual violence. With the UK's communications watchdog Ofcom launching an investigation into X itself, and specifically they're investigating whether X has failed to comply with the UK's Online Safety Act, which requires platforms to keep users safe from illegal content online. And there you had UK Technology Secretary Liz Kendall saying it is vital that Ofcom complete this investigation swiftly because the public and most importantly the victims will not accept any delay. And if Ofcom determines that X did break the law, they can force the platform to take steps to get into compliance or remedy any harm they've caused, as well as potentially imposing fines or maybe even getting a court order to block X from functioning in the UK. But you see, the Trump administration, they've taken issue with the international threats against X and Grok. You've got the State Department's Sarah Rogers accusing the British government of wanting the ability to curate a public square to suppress political viewpoints that it dislikes, adding, let's wait and see what Ofcom does and we'll see what America does in response, saying nothing is off the table when it comes to free speech. And actually in the House of Commons, you had Kendall pushing back against the State Department's accusations, saying this is not, as some would claim, about restricting freedom of speech, which is something that I and the whole government hold very dear. It is about tackling violence against women and girls. It is about upholding basic British values of decency and respect and ensuring that the standards that we expect offline are upheld online. It's about exercising our sovereign power and responsibility to uphold the laws of this land. But all of this, it's not just about social media platforms that lean right these days. It's the Trump administration being all in on Grok. Or you've now got Secretary of War Crimes Pete Hegseth announcing that Grok's going to be operating inside of the Pentagon network along with Google's generative AI engine. With Hegseth saying very soon we will have the world's leading AI models on every unclassified and classified network throughout our department. And somehow it's even more concerning than that sounds. Right, in a speech about this, Hegseth went on to say that his vision for AI military systems means that they operate, quote, without ideological constraints that limit lawful military applications. With him then adding that the Pentagon's AI will not be woke. That is a direct quote. But also, on an international scale, the risk of social media, it goes beyond Grok or even just AI. Back in December, Australia's new law requiring social media companies to stop kids under 16 from having accounts on their platforms went into effect. And that's resulted in Meta alone reportedly blocking more than 500,000 accounts on their platforms, including some 300,000 Instagram accounts and 170,000 Facebook accounts. But also with this, in a new blog post, you had Meta pushing back hard, saying, we call on the Australian government to engage with the industry constructively to find a better way forward, such as incentivizing all of industry to raise the standard in providing safe, privacy-preserving, age-appropriate experiences online instead of blanket bans. And again, making the argument that age verification should happen at the App Store, saying that it's the only way to ensure, quote, consistent industry-wide protections for young people. This law, from the very beginning to its passing now, it's been closely watched by several governments. That includes the entirety of the EU as well as just the state of Florida, because this is the most firm set of restrictions that we've seen on teenage social media so far. In this policy, there's no exemption for parental approval. Either you can or you can't have an account. Though, also unsurprisingly, we've already seen teenagers finding workarounds like using platforms that aren't banned yet or using their parents' accounts or even using a VPN. And you're even seeing things like Reddit arguing in their lawsuit that the law is just ineffective and adding that it will isolate teens from the ability to engage in age-appropriate community experiences. And then there's more we're gonna dive into in just a minute, but first let me say, I've learned this the hard way. One bad hire, it can cost more than just waiting to hire at all. For finding the right people, it's tough, but today's sponsor, ZipRecruiter, it makes it easier. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/DeFranco. See, ZipRecruiter's matching technology, it highlights candidates whose skills actually fit. So, you're not digging through how did this get here resumes. You can see right away how many qualified job seekers are in your your area, invite top matches to apply, and move faster than other employers. And you want to be proactive? With ZipRecruiter's advanced resume database, you can instantly unlock top candidates' contact information and reach out directly. Everything lives in one dashboard. Resumes, messages, interviews without the endless email chaos. And ZipRecruiter posts your job to 100+ top job sites automatically, saving you hours while still reaching serious talent. For small teams, that means fewer hiring mistakes and way less stress. I mean, it's really no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the #1 rated hiring site on G2. And if you're hiring this year, do not roll the dice on your next employee. Let ZipRecruiter help you find the right people fast. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/DeFranco or just scan that QR code. 4 to 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's ZipRecruiter.com/DeFranco. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. But then, getting back into the news, right? More news you need to know. The war over the future of the Democratic Party, it's raging right now in California. Or with the party's progressive wing pushing for an unprecedented wealth tax on billionaires and moderates in the party vigorously pushing back. And you know, the background to this is I'm sure a lot of y'all are well aware of the wealth inequality that exists in America. At least, you know, anecdotally. But going into the numbers, as of 2022, the top 10% of families held nearly 70% of all wealth, while the bottom 50% of families held just 3%. I mean, it's so bad that you have historians often comparing it to the Gilded Age of the late 19th, early 20th century. California, while being the least affordable state and suffering from a widening budget deficit, it's also home to more billionaires than any other state. And so that has led to some going, hey, why don't we just take some of that wealth from the billionaires and use it to fix some of our problems? So in walks in this proposal, which would make anyone with a net worth above $1 billion pay a one-time tax equal to 5% of their assets. With that, applying retroactively to anyone living in the state as of the new year, and the payment would be due in 2027. There would also be the option of paying it in installments over 5 years, but then you'd have to pay more in total. And things like real estate, pensions, and retirement accounts would be excluded. Now, if you caught wind of this story from right-wing media, you'd probably get the impression that this policy is actually being pushed by radical left governor Gavin Newsom.
Why would a Newsom, the governor of California, even think about this idea of
Gavin Newsom, of course, wants a wealth tax.
And that's sort of like what Gavin Newsom is doing. All of you need to pay more taxes, but not pointing any fingers at himself.
But here's the reality. Newsom passionately opposes this tax because he claims that it's going to drive billionaires out of the state and hurt California's economy. In fact, Newsom has smothered previous wealth tax proposals in their cribs before, and he's promised to veto any such bill that reaches his desk. But also, I'll say this latest proposal, it's different because it's coming from a healthcare workers union and not state lawmakers. So rather than going through the legislature, they're trying to pass it as a ballot initiative this November. And reportedly, they've already begun collecting the nearly 900,000 signatures that they need to get it there. But still, you had Newsom telling the New York Times yesterday that he's been relentlessly working behind the scenes to snuff this thing out, and that he'd fight the measure if it reached the ballot.
So there is a wealth tax proposal in California that I think you are adamantly against.
Yes, I am.
And we have a mayor that's coming here in New York who would like to have a wealth tax if he could. He couldn't be more diametrically opposed.
Yeah, well, I want to be a Big Ten party. It's about addition, not subtraction.
But here's where the war over the party's future is happening, right? Because others disagree with that big tent idea. So for example, you have Senator Elizabeth Warren, who argued in a speech to the National Press Club that Democrats need to be more progressive, not less.
Revising our economic agenda to tiptoe around that conclusion might appeal to the wealthy, but it will not help Democrats build a bigger tent. And it definitely will not help Democrats win elections. By definition, the top 0.1% of the economic ladder doesn't have a lot of votes. So when the question is raised whether Democrats should build our tent by sucking up to the rich, it's sure not about attracting their votes. It's about attracting their money.
But with all this, you have Newsom saying ideological diversity, it's actually our strength, not our weakness, and that different Democrats appeal to different constituencies.
We recognize it's important to focus on growth, but also focus on inclusion. We have pre-distribution Democrats, we have redistribution Democrats, and therein lies the dialectic, and therein lies the debate within the Democratic Party. So much punditry has been done about, well, is the future of the party Mandami? At the same election that occurred, well, is the future, of Virginia, is the future New Jersey.
But Warren's argument is that there's not enough room in the tent for all that.
The Democratic Party cannot pursue both visions at the same time. Either we politely nibble around the edges of change, or we throw ourselves into the fight. Either we carefully craft our policies to ensure that the rich keep right on getting richer, or we build a party that ferociously and unapologetically serves the needs of working people.
Now with all this, you have Newsom conceding that he might feel differently about a national wealth tax, but he argues that a state level one, just one in California, it's simply impractical.
You can't isolate yourself from the 49 others. We're in a competitive environment. people have this simple luxury, particularly people of that status, they already have 2 or 3 homes outside the state. It's a simple issue.
Now, at least anecdotally, we have seen some billionaires making moves to relocate to states like Florida and Texas before the January 1st deadline, supposedly to evade the tax just in case it passes. Right, with those, including the likes of, if this video gets suppressed, you know why, Google co-founders Larry Page and Sergey Brin, venture capitalist Peter Thiel, and possibly Oracle founder Larry Ellison. In fact, Thiel donated $3 million to a committee opposing the tax, and that's expected to be the first of several major contributions from Silicon Valley leaders hoping to quash it. Some sources also telling the Times that they estimate that more than $75 million is going to ultimately go toward that effort. Also, others are playing around with the idea of putting their own tax-related initiatives on the ballot just to confuse voters. But also, I'll say there appear to be people in this tax bracket who don't seem to care that much, including NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang, who is now one of the wealthiest men on Earth.
We work in Silicon Valley because that's where the talent pool is. Whatever taxes, I guess, they would like to apply, so be it. I'm perfectly fine with it.
Now, with all this, right, in the middle, you have California's nonpartisan legislative analysts and the governor's Department of Finance saying that the tax could result in hundreds of millions of dollars in losses from income tax revenue per year if wealthy residents leave. But they also estimated that the tax itself would probably deliver tens of billions of dollars in one-time money for California. So it's a short-term versus long-term thing. And so with all that, you have the healthcare worker union's chief of staff telling the Times that the concern is overblown, saying the overwhelming majority of billionaires have chosen to stay in California past the January 1st deadline, saying only a very small percentage left before the deadline, despite weeks of Chicken Little talking points claiming a modest tax would trigger a mass departure. And with that, she argued that Donald Trump's cuts to Medicaid, food assistance, and Affordable Care Act subsidies made a wealth tax definitely necessary if it wasn't already. And so with this, under the proposal, 90% of the revenue from the tax would go toward healthcare, with the rest then going to food assistance and education. But as far as Newsom, you have him telling the Times that this will be defeated, saying there's no question in my mind, and adding, I'll do what I have to do to protect the state. And, ultimately, we'll have to see if he's right, especially as it's not just him versus the union in this upcoming fight. Because you have people like Representative Ro Khanna, who, like Newsom's, being considered a potential 2028 presidential candidate, throwing his support behind the tax. With Khanna writing in a recent viral post, I echo what FDR said with sarcasm of economic royalists when they threatened to leave. I will miss them very much. And adding, my district is $18 trillion, nearly 1/3 of US stock market in a 50-mile radius. Saying we have 5 companies with a market cap over $1 trillion companies. If I can stand up for a billionaire tax, this is not a hard position for 434 other members or 100 senators. AI was created with our tax dollars. ImageNet was created by Fei-Fei Li at Stanford using NSF money. This was a visual database. Hinton presented at an ImageNet conference his famous paper. The seminal innovation in tech is done by thousands, often with public funds. NSF, DARPA, Stanford, Berkeley, San Jose State, Santa Clara, and the UCs are the foundation for what has made Silicon Valley a powerhouse. It's why we won 5 Nobel Prizes this year in the UC system. And adding, we cannot have a nation with extreme concentration of wealth in a few places, but where 70% of Americans believe the American dream is dead and healthcare, childcare, housing, education is unaffordable. What will stifle American innovation, what will make us fall behind China, is if we see further political dysfunction and social unrest, if we fail to cultivate the talent in every American and in every city and town. So yes, a billionaire tax is good for American innovation, which depends on a strong and thriving American democracy. But also now, reportedly, a loose collection of Silicon Valley executives are mobilizing in WhatsApp chats and conference calls to oust Khanna over his support for this tax. So we will have to see what happens there, right? He easily won his last election, and he's currently sitting on a very comfy $15 million campaign cushion. Plus, this sort of effort could backfire, since he could play the billionaires are trying to take me down card. And in fact, it already appears that he's doing that in his recent fundraising emails. Also, while we're talking about money and possible state-level face-offs, we need to talk about how we could be looking at the biggest labor showdown that New York City's healthcare industry has seen in decades. Right? Because yesterday, nearly 15,000 nurses at some of the city's top hospitals went on strike. And the union that represents these nurses, they're demanding more robust staffing levels for patients, higher wages, and protections against violence on the job. And with that, you've got the union accusing management of refusing to agree to safe staffing levels for patients, threatening to discontinue or cut the nurses' health benefits, and alleging that major hospitals are trying to walk back staffing protections that nurses won during a strike in 2023. Right, with nurses then also securing significant raises, increasing minimum pay nearly 20% over 3 years, and boosting starting pay well over $100,000. And now specifically with these new strikes, you have nurses walking out of New York Presbyterian Columbia, Montefiore Medical Center, and the main campus of Mount Sinai Hospital, as well as 2 other major hospitals within the Mount Sinai system, with the main thing being that they're among the leading hospitals in New York City. And in addition to this, being a massive deal on its own, it could also impact so many other people. Just late last week, ahead of this anticipated strike, you even had New York Governor Kathy Hochul declaring a state of emergency. emergency, saying that a disaster is imminent and warning that a strike could impact the availability and delivery of care, threatening public health and safety. Right, all of this is going down as the city's hospital system's already under strain from record high flu cases and hospitalizations. So also I'll say is while that was last week, according to reports, hospital executives have been expecting this and they've been preparing for weeks to make sure that their facilities continue to run in event of a strike. Or with the hospital trade group saying they've been securing contracts for travel nurses and reserving hotel rooms for them. Also, New York's Department of Health instructed hospitals not impacted by the strike to be prepared to receive patients from medical centers that are affected. Right, and with all that, saying that hospitals where nurses are striking have the ability to freely transfer patients, even against the patient's will. Now that said, that's not to say that there have not been direct impacts on hospitals where the nurses are striking. Where some of the hospitals had to cancel scheduled surgeries and accelerate discharges during the weekend to reduce patients, while also planning to transfer infants out of neonatal intensive care units. And still, you had leaders at the affected hospitals saying that their facilities will remain open and that they are prepared to provide safe patient care even if the strike drags on. And to that point, I'll say currently it's not clear when and how this is going to end. So far, the impacted hospitals have widely rejected the nurses' demands, with many specifically taking issue with the demands for increased wages, some noting that the nurses in these institutions are already highly paid. You also had the president of the Greater New York Hospital Association saying that the nurses' demands were so outrageous that there is no way they can concede to what the union is asking for, and adding, the healthcare system is under siege financially. Now, to that point, it is true that the current state of the country does complicate their demands, right? As the New York Times explained, hospitals are expecting lean years ahead as many New Yorkers lose health insurance and billions of dollars in federal care health funding to the state start to dry up, the result of domestic policy law President Trump signed in July. You have the nurses union hitting back on the hospital's claim that they do not have the money to pay their nursing staff, noting that hospital executives collect multi-million-dollar salaries. And so, for example, you have records showing that the head of New York Presbyterian received more than $26 million in compensation in 2024. Right, and with all this, it also seems like major players inside of the city, they're on the union side. Right, you had New York AG Tish James issuing a statement of support for the strike, and yesterday you had Mayor Mamdani himself showing up to a large gathering of striking nurses outside of New York Presbyterian Columbia Hospital, where he delivered a few remarks and cheered on the strikers. And there you had Mamdani saying that the value of nurses is not negotiable, and adding,
there is no shortage of wealth in the healthcare industry. That's right. Especially so at the 3 privately operated hospital groups at which nurses are striking, the wealthiest in the entire city. So know this, New York City will do everything in our power to ensure the sick and injured can continue to receive high quality care, and we will do so while refusing to abandon those who have time and again refused to abandon us. Right. We will not choose one or the other.
And then there's more you need to know, more we need to dive into in just a minute. But first, let me take a second to sponsor myself, because right now over at beautifulbastard.com, we are restocked with our signature collection and revamped prints. Right over the break, we were working with our manufacturers, not only to make sure that, you know, the shirts and the hoodies, they were top notch, but also that the prints on them were even better. Really vibrant, longer lasting, even when you don't follow the washing instructions like I don't. So right now you can snag our new Thriving gear. For me, it's a sarcastic wear, along with our emotionally exhausted line, God is testing me and I refuse to study, a silly goose in this economy, and even more. All, of course, at beautifulbastard.com. But then, finally today, we've got updates around Iran that we need to talk about. Right, starting with the news that Iranian authorities have provided death tolls for the first time since the protests broke out, and it's much higher than previously reported. Right, today, you had an unnamed Iranian official telling Reuters that the total number of people who have been killed in the protests is 2,000, including security personnel, but also that official didn't give a breakdown of who they said had been killed. Now, you know, with that, there are plenty of reasons to be skeptical of the death toll being given by Iranian officials. But a very big notable thing is that you also had human rights activists in Iran, a US-based monitoring group that's been accurate in the past, updating their data today and reporting that same figure, saying that at least 2,000 have died. But a huge jump from the roughly 500 that they estimated yesterday. And this new figure, it is devastating, it is horrifying, and as the Associated Press reported, the number of dead dwarfs that any other round of protests or unrest in Iran in decades, and recalls the chaos surrounding the country's 1979 Islamic Revolution. Also with this, you had HRA reporting in an earlier update that at least 10,721 people have been arrested. That's actually also relevant to the death toll, because today you had human rights groups now reporting that Iran is set to execute the first protester tied to the latest wave.
Is this plugged in? I've got to make sure. Maybe not. Let's see. This guy is this one. Yeah. And it is plugged into that. I'll just make sure. Then recharging. Yes.
That the fact that these tariffs are set to go into effect.
I want to have some ice cream, I think. Maybe some cereal and ice cream, yeah. Be right back. Do I have a glass over here? No, I don't. Okay. It's time to feed the kitty. Feeding the kitty time. Feeding the kitty time. Is it a hungry kitty? Maybe not. Well, I don't care. I'm going to feed you anyways. You okay, kitty? Dinner time. Sissy. Dinner time. You don't want your dinner? Okay. Okay. Kill this light. Don't log me. Don't log me. Okay. Okay, bio break. Sorry about that. Now. Oh no. sound. Yeah, me on the wrong device. Turn out the music for the moment. Okay, sorry about that. And then you... Back to tab. We got all the way to the end, did we? Okay. So... What's that sound? Yeah. Okay, so...
We've hit a point where two groups of people can watch the exact same video of a woman being killed and walk away with completely opposite stories about what happened. What struck me about the Renee Good killing wasn't just the brutality of the act itself. It was the official response and then the comment sections afterward.
Everybody who's been repeating the lie that this is some innocent woman who was out for a drive in Minneapolis when a law enforcement officer shot at her, you should be ashamed of yourselves.
People aligned with the current regime looked at the same footage and saw obvious self-defense, obvious necessity. People outside that orbit saw an obvious execution by the state. And that's not normal political disagreement. That's not like I like higher taxes and you like lower taxes. That's a fracture in what counts as empirical reality, what counts as a fact. Historically, that kind of split shows up in pretty dark places. So you can think of the stab in the back myth in Weimar Germany, where a huge chunk of the population insisted that Germany hadn't really lost World War I. It had been betrayed from within. Or the lost cause narrative after the U.S. Civil War, where an entire region retold slavery as benign and the Confederacy as noble against mountains of evidence. And in each case, the point wasn't just we disagree on policy, it was we live in different worlds about what happened. And that's the kind of break the Renee Good reaction is signaling now. So the question isn't just, was this shooting justified? And in my view, it was unequivocally not justified. It's what does it mean for a democracy when lethal force by the state becomes an optical test for entirely separate realities? So what if the core political divide isn't actually left versus right, but people who can tolerate ambiguity and discomfort versus people who can't? A lot of research on authoritarianism finds the same pattern, which is people with authoritarian leanings tend to have very low tolerance for ambiguity. They want clear hierarchies, simple rules, and sharp boundaries between us and them. Ambiguous situations, new norms around gender, shifting racial hierarchies, changing demographics, don't just feel confusing, they feel threatening. That internal panic gets externalized as a demand to make the world simpler again. Get rid of the strange people, shut down the confusing practices, and punish the ones who break the old script. In a pluralistic democracy, difference and ambiguity are baked into the cake. You're always encountering people, beliefs, and bodies that don't fit your template. For some people, that's uncomfortable but manageable. For others, it's almost intolerable. And that's where you start to see attraction to strong men, purges, and fantasies of cleansing violence. So when we talk about a temperamental minority that can't easily live in pluralism, that's what we mean. Not that they're evil by nature, but that their nervous systems are constantly screaming, make this stop, when they encounter ambiguity or discomfort. Without emotional regulation skills and self-insight, which, let's admit, most adults struggle with, but this temperament in particular, this can easily cause major issues inside a diverse society that is constantly changing. There's a brutal little paradox at the heart of any free society, and that's if you tolerate people who want to end tolerance, you eventually lose the whole thing. Can a democracy safely include people who fundamentally don't believe in democracy? At some point, the answer has to be not without limits. Karl Popper called this the paradox of tolerance. A fully tolerant society, he said, cannot be tolerant of movements that seek...
Oh, I'm sorry. I paused by accident.
...to destroy...
Oh, no.
...tolerance itself.
Was ich bei der offenen Gesellschaft gemeint habe, war eine Gesellschaft, sagen wir, in der man frei atmen kann, frei denken kann, in der jeder Mensch einen Wert hat und in der die Gesellschaft keine überflüssigen Zwänge über die Menschen ausübt.
That doesn't mean that you put people in prison for bad opinions. It means you draw hard lines around actions and organized projects. Post-war Germany is a good example of this. It bans explicitly Nazi parties and can dissolve groups that aimed to overthrow the democratic order, precisely because it learned what happens when you let anti-pluralist movements capture the state. In the US context, that's the unresolved problem. We've treated "it's just another opinion" and "it's an organized attempt to end democracy" as if they belong in the same bucket, when they don't. One can be tolerated, the other, if you let it run, will eventually shut down everyone else's voices. So the real question isn't, should we tolerate people we disagree with? Of course we should. The real question is, where do we draw the line when a movement's explicit or implicit goal is to eliminate the possibility of disagreement at all? When we get to the other side of this, the hardest problem maybe won't be rewriting the laws. It'll be living with a permanent minority that struggles to function in a pluralistic world. When this project eventually collapses, as authoritarian projects tend to, we'll still be left with a sizable minority whose psychological profile doesn't magically change. They will still struggle with ambiguity and still prefer rigid hierarchies and still feel existentially threatened by visible difference. That means any viable after has to do at least three things.
No.
The first is to build hard legal and institutional limits so that anti-pluralist movements can't easily seize the state again, as post-war Germany has done. The second is that we need to invest early and deeply in teaching ambiguity tolerance, how to live with discomfort without immediately reaching for elimination. Third, create exit ramps for people who are leaving authoritarian spaces that don't require them to endure total humiliation or social death, because if the only options are domination or annihilation, people will cling to domination. This is not to excuse the harm that these people have done and are doing. Anyone committing crimes and atrocities should be held fully accountable. But for those who want to get off the rage carousel, there should be ways to do that that don't feel like total psychological extinction. None of that is clean or easy, but it's more honest. The project isn't just stop this, it's how do we design a society that can survive with a permanent, fearful, anti-pluralist minority without letting that fear run the whole show again.
My name is Banning Lion. My story is about why I chose to become a backpacking guide in Yosemite National Park and the circumstances that led me to that. After my parents' divorce, things changed really dramatically. My dad just vanished. My mom had basically a nervous breakdown. Bedridden, non-functional. She came down with shingles. I just kind of became what she called the man of the house overnight at the age of 11. Overnight, my life really became a very dark, very sad place where I was sort of my own parent. After about 1.5 years or 2 years, I ultimately heard from my dad again, and he was going to be getting remarried. I moved in with him, and the woman that ultimately became my stepmom, she was very young. She was in her late 20s at the time, and she was really into structure and trying to get me to do chores. And so we just butted heads a lot. And ultimately, I lived with them for about 1 year until they sat me down one day and said, "You can't live here anymore. Your mom has full custody. You're living with us as a privilege, and you need to go back and live with her." So I called my mom, told her what had happened, and that I needed to live with her. And she said I couldn't because her place was too small in Southern California. She said, "Just go ahead and fly to Dallas and live with your aunts and uncles until I can meet you there." I flew to Dallas. I lived with my aunt and uncle and my 2 cousins for a while. And then ultimately my mom moved to Dallas about 1 year later. We moved into a small room above my aunt. I was 15. I didn't think anything of it at the time. Granted, my life at the time was a little rough. You know, I mean, I'd been bounced around from house to house. And I suppose there probably were people in my life who were concerned about me, that I knew kids a lot worse off than me at that point in time. I felt like a pretty average suburban kid. Nobody was listening to me. And I think that was one of the most aggravating things for me as a teenager. Adults just had these conversations over my head. They never listened to me. They never took what I had to say at face value. They never treated me like an equal. They just had conversations around me and about me. And I still identify with teenagers to this day for that reason. I'm 52, but I still feel like I'm 16 because I get it. I know what that feels like. They went ahead and signed me into the hospital. I didn't have a choice. It was either that or I run away, which I considered for about 30 seconds. And so I went into the hospital, and we walk in, and I'm just standing in this admissions office, and then they escort me onto this unit with these magnetically locked doors. And so I immediately felt out of place. And as the days went on, they said I'd be there for 2 weeks. So as the days went on, I would meet with a psychiatrist. 2 weeks passed and 3 weeks, and like, why am I still here? So ultimately, the psychiatrist who had been in charge of me, he sat me down one day and said, we feel like you have major depression, or you're having a hard time making friendships, which I thought was absurd because they put me on in a unit with a bunch of adults. They said, we're going to send you to the adolescent long-term unit. It sounded nightmarish. A day or two passes, and they went ahead and transferred me. I walk across the rotunda to go to this other unit, and I look in these narrow windows, and the other unit, my adult unit, had been just filled with activity, like people smoking and playing cards. It was always noisy. And this unit looked deserted. It just looked sterile. I didn't see anything. This guy comes in and walks me through the doors, and they lock behind me. As I walk down the hallway, I look to my left, and they're having what's called a unit meeting. All the kids are gathered around in a circle. I remember this so vividly. And they all look up at me. As I'm walking, I look in the kind of right-hand corner back of the room, and there's this girl who's strapped to a bed. And she looked like a cave girl. And she just watched me with this like horrible look in her eyes, like she was like desperation and her despair. And I knew at that moment that something really horrible had happened to me. It was an experience that I will never forget. I thought for a long time that it had ruined my life. It took me a long time to get over all the things that I experienced there. Life with my mom when I was a child, like I said, before the divorce, was wonderful. Afterward, it was, like I said, my mom was bedridden. After a few months, there came a time where she would wake my sister and I both up in the middle of the night. We would sit around the kitchen table and we would just talk. My mom would talk about how lonely she was and how horrible our lives were. My mom was just kind of at the end of her rope, and I was 11. I obviously didn't fully comprehend how horrible this had been for my mom, and I had no idea what had happened. I didn't understand the circumstances of their divorce, and I got bullied a lot. But I've been used to that, and I was not happy, and my dad was gone a lot. So life in Texas at my aunt and uncle's house was emotionally, I felt sort of abandoned. I felt like I wasn't living with my family.
Watch my ribs,
I was living with people who obviously didn't want me. They were just sort of out of the goodness of their hearts, kind of taking me in. I just sort of emotionally didn't grow roots. I just knew that there was no reason to kind of build any ties with anyone because I was just going to be shipped off to the next place. And when my mom moved there, my life by then was kind of improving. I was bummed out. I was sad. And as a 15-year-old, I didn't know what depression felt like. Nobody really explained it to me. I was just like, life sucks. Like, I'm 15, life sucks. So I'm open to the idea that people would look at me and be like, yeah, that kid's depressed. Because my hair was crazy. I would draw on my clothing. I would tear it up. I listened to, bands like Black Flag and Minor Threat and Descendants. And there were a lot of things that people could misinterpret. But yeah, still to this day, I remember that feeling of not being listened to, trying to explain to people the circumstances of what had happened, and they would just talk through me, and they would ignore what I'm saying and re-ask me questions as if they hadn't heard my explanation. And I feel like, especially in the world today, we don't listen to each other. A lot of people don't listen to each other. They're set in their opinions, speak them to other people, whether they're political or whatever they might be. We've stopped listening to each other. While I was in the hospital, it's very hard to explain to what I call normal people. I don't think they understand what our hospital was like. So I was not allowed to go outside. We were not allowed to touch anyone. I wasn't allowed to have any private conversations. One of the rules in the hospital was keep your bedroom door closed. I had a roommate. My roommate was also in restraints. He was tied to a bed. They would ask me to close the door, and I wouldn't do it. And so I kept forgetting this rule. And so each time I forgot it, they would give me basically a punishment, and they would say, you have to sit a 30-minute chair. I had to just sit in a chair in the hallway and not say anything or look at anybody. Hands, feet flat on the floor, hands on my lap for 30 minutes. And think about why I left the door open. Like there was some deep psychological reason. Finally, after a month on the adolescent long-term unit, my doctor said, we're putting you on indefinite chair. Any free time, any time in between activities, I had to sit chair. When you're on chair, if you do something that they don't like you to do, like laugh with somebody or make eye contact with someone or fidget, they say you get a test mark because they can't give you a chair because you're already on chair. They put me on what was called permanent chair in room. I had to sit chair in my room facing the wall, literally like a foot or two from the wall, facing the wall. When summer arrived, I was sitting permanent chair in my room for as many as 10 to 12 hours a day sometimes. I ultimately lost meal privileges. I had to eat meals in my chair, in my room, facing the wall. So I had lost all privileges.
I've had times in
no
my life where
privileges
it's
at all.
been like
And
this.
then thank God school came back. You know, once school was right. I mean, it was the first time in history high schoolers like, yes, thank God school, because when summer was over, I got to get off my chair for about 3 to 4 hours during school. You never relaxed. It was very quiet. Staff members would walk by my door every 15 minutes and make sure I was there. And sometimes a few staff member was in between those windows at 15 minutes just to see if I was doing something wrong. So what I discovered after a couple days on chair was if I tipped my chair backward and I rocked slowly, it would make the screen kind of disappear and I could see the outside a little more clearly. So I would learn to rock in my chair and look out the window and I could see this tree kind of outside my window. My only joy in life was to see that tree. The hospital was also an incredibly violent, scary place. Some people who were in restraints had been in restraints for so long that they had sort of just been dehumanized. One girl had been in restraints. From my understanding now, she was ultimately in restraints and bed restraints tied to her bed for 18 months. During that time, she did not have a bath or shower. Another friend of mine from the unit, he wound up being in bed restraints for 333 days. He needed physical rehab to learn how to walk again. There would be times that those people, you know, staff would annoy them. And when you're in restraints, you have nothing left to lose. So you just kind of lose it. You just get angry. I saw a lot of really violent, horrible stuff. You know, people would start slamming their heads into the wooden headboard of their bed, like trying to split their heads open, or people would tear out their hair, try to gouge out their own eyes. They would bite themselves and claw themselves, and they would scream. Like the sound for me is like, to this day, since I was ultimately in chair in my room, a lot of my experience of what I remember of chair of restraints was the sound, disembodied screaming and shrieking, and not being able to see it was almost worse because then your imagination dreams up things that are terrible. And so the hospital just became a very terrifying, very scary, very sad place. So after a while, I began to sort of just dissociate. It was like something inside of me separated from reality and was like, just became very numb. Because you just can't live with that stuff every day. And the reality of it, the pain of it, the severity of it, all of it, just, you can't bear it that long. And so there just comes a time where it became very numb. And new people would show up and see it happen and cry. And I would just look at them like I felt like a robot. And it's profoundly affected my life, like my relationships. So many things in my life are affected by this like dissociative sort of impulse that I have now. I've been on the unit for maybe a few weeks. The first girl left and she had been on the unit for 3 years. Her insurance was pulling her. And she was crying. She was like, I don't want to leave. And I was like, what the hell? Like, why would somebody not want to leave here? And that was terrifying to see. Like, she was this beautiful blonde girl, and I was like, why is this like really apparently normal person not acting normal? Why does she want to live on a psychiatric unit and stay here after being here for 3 years? So the whole hospital became sort of a game to me where I'm dissociated, I'm numb, people leave when their insurance runs out. How can I make that happen for myself? So I was like, okay, well, the kids who leave act this way and say these things. I will act that way and say those things. So I began to like play a role. adopt sort of a persona, try to leave. And that was my whole goal. My whole goal there was to leave. And so I would go into therapy with my doctor. Be like, well, my parents divorced. I felt really sad and abandoned. But then they would tell me, this is performative. Like, you're just saying these things. You don't really seem to feel these things. Yeah, that's true, because if people got angry or raised their voice, they got tied to a bed. I just found a way to sort of take what was true to me or what I was feeling and apply it. And then ultimately, after I've been on the unit, it's
called disassociation.
8 months, my
I do it all the
insurance said,
time.
"We're pulling you." And I was like, hallelujah. They gave the hospital like 3 to 4 months to get me out and find a home for me. So ultimately I was sent to a halfway house in Dallas, and that took place after I'd been in the hospital. When I began the process of leaving the hospital, I understood that blonde girl suddenly. I knew why she was afraid to leave the hospital. The first time I left the hospital, my first pass was to a bowling alley. It was during the day. I remember walking into this bowling alley, and there were so many sounds. There were people bowling, and there were arcade games, and lights, and people would talk over each other. Conversations were not controlled. People would yell and laugh. The whole world just seemed like really chaotic and hard to tolerate. So by the time I left the hospital, I kind of realized like something inside of me, it's broken. I felt like I was totally not prepared to deal with the real world anymore. I felt worse when I left the hospital, way worse than when I went in. The halfway house was intended to sort of give me this controlled environment where I could kind of reintroduce myself to the real world. It helped. I mean, the halfway house was great. I loved it. We would all eat dinner together and cook, and we were responsible for our own laundry, our own grocery shopping.
I knew a lot of people
we
like
had
this.
to kind of do our own bills. We didn't have a lot of restrictions.
I thought they were schizophrenic, but they weren't. They were just institutionalized. It was different. When I was at David's Place, which is a Denver Mental Health Center of Denver, for people facing time in the system. It's like a inpatient mental health facility. There was several people there that I really didn't like because I thought they were schizophrenic, but I think they were just institutionalized all their life because of their psychological issues. And I misconstrued what I thought was schizophrenia. And I'm thinking now, like, because the person just didn't talk, so how would you know, you know? How would you know what's going on with the person? You don't know. They won't talk to you about what's going on with them, so... And I think what I actually saw was somebody who was institutionalized like this way too much. There was a guy there I really didn't like. Everybody hated him. He was completely off the walls, fucking bonkers crazy. And he was, like, loud and boorish about it. But I think what we really saw there is that he was just institutionalized either in jail or in mental health facilities for so many years with stuff like this that I don't think, you know, I don't think you could totally blame schizophrenia. Oh, good, I'm in. Except now I can't move. Oh, time has already slowed. Wait, what do you mean? My keyboard seems weird. This is weird. I can't move. Oh, there. Well, there we go. And while I thought he might be a nice kid in there somewhere, I was like, you kind of seem like you might be a nice person because he had etiquette, but he didn't like. But in there was just this crazy person that was like irreconcilable, basically. And I think what we actually saw there was that he was institutionalized. I don't think I saw crazy, you know? I think he was just in there too long, you know? My keyboard is dying? Yeah, fairly sure. My keyboard is dying. No, this is not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the other white cord. Yeah, that guy. I'll plug my keyboard in here. on it. Give me some actual light so I can see. Ooh, the mystical crate. Good. I can move on to a different monument. Hey, I managed to do this monument, I think. Going to teleport back out because it's just way easier than walking. Yeah. Alright, so I modded this gun. I don't know what I was doing when I oh right, I was modding weapons. I don't know if I saved though. I think I probably did. 5, 4, 5. This is another mag shear. Oops. So now I have a problem where my infant tongue should be, that's my shotgun, yeah, that should be on the 3 key, and the Revenant should be on the 4, and on the 5 we have this, oh yeah, that's on my 1 key, yeah, that's like my aiming thing. I don't know what that plus sign is, it's like a legendary or something. Advanced Mag Pulse. This overcharged Advanced Mag Pulse, it's better than the Mag Pulse I was using, and it's better than this Mag Shear. Oh no. This is that one rifle. This is a good weapon. I like this weapon more than the Mag Shear. I will use it. It packs a punch better than the Mag Shear does. I have a modified calibrated mag storm. The mag pulse, mag shear, yeah, mag shear. I don't know why that white is favorited. Because it's not on my bar. Advanced, maybe because I favorited it one time. Crippling advanced mag shear. Mag pulse, mag shear. Mag storm. I think the mag shear is better than the mag storm, but maybe not. And the micro gun, I don't really like it that much anymore. It's actually really doesn't do that much damage anymore. Honestly, I think I would rather have the mag shear over the micro gun. The micro gun is nice. It's got a nice rate of fire, but it doesn't have the damage, unfortunately. I'm going to retire this micro gun. Maybe I should mod this mag pulse now. Save. Looks like I can plug my headphones back in here. Very good.
And life was really up to us. I had to take the public bus to school, but across the street was this graveyard, and so every night we would all just go across the street to the graveyard and sit in the back of the graveyard and watch. There was a drive-in movie theater like a block away, and we would watch. They always seemed to show The Shining. They showed The Shining a lot, so we would sit in the back of the graveyard and watch The Shining. I realized very quickly that something had been sort of damaged in me. It wasn't until in my 20s or 30s that I began to realize or learn or read about how, like, in your teens, your prefrontal cortex, your brain essentially is rebooting. Whatever situation you're living in as a teenager, whatever you're experiencing, it's programming you for adulthood. Throughout my life after the hospital, whether it was people I dated or my friends, people who are wounded tend to find each other. There are so many people in the world who, just like me, have these wounds that make them feel as if they're completely alone, like nobody else is wounded like them, like we're each an individual jigsaw piece. I went through my life feeling very much like those people. I'm gonna get kind of emotional, but I love those people so much because in each of them, I not only saw a reflection of myself and my wounds, but I realized is all of us are not individual broken jigsaw pieces. We're all from the same puzzle. We all belong to the same puzzle. And our wounds, when we share them, they unite us. And you realize that there are not as many differences between us as you think there are. When I turned 39, I had gone through what amounted to basically 2 suicide attempts in my life. I made a decision. I was like, I'm going to change my life. Like, I cannot live like this anymore. So I became a backpacking guide in Yosemite. I'll never forget, there was that one trip where I was with my boss, and this guy who was this big Marine was about to cross this creek with his wife, and he sat down on a log and he started crying. And this guy was like this big, burly dude, and he's crying. I'll never forget this. I'm gonna start tearing up. They all 3 stand up together, the wife, the husband, and my boss. They all walk into the creek together. It's like a baptism. They all walk into the creek together and they cross it. And I walk up to my boss and I said, hey, what's going on? And my boss looks at me like it's totally normal. And she goes, he booked this trip because his brother drowned crossing a river and he wanted to finish crossing one for him. And I remember thinking, like, this is why I got this job. Without exception, that happens on every trip. My book, my memoir, is called The Chair in the Valley. It took me 6 years to write it. My amazing wife supported me through all of it. I wrote my book because I want people to understand that our wounds and our trauma don't need to define us anymore.
They don't define us.
Those things are not.
I am not my damage.
I am
not. I've been through so much rehab and stuff like this. I am not my damage. I am whatever happened to me as a child, but I am not my damage, and I don't let it define me, and I'm a much better person because of it.
Things that happen to.
I could be like, oh, boo-hoo is me. I was the junkie. I was the tweaker. I was the crazy person. They came after me with guns when I was 17. They threw me in jail so many times. They tried to fuck me and put me in 10-year mandatory minimum sentencing, and a bunch of my friends are dead and all this. I could let all that define me, and I do to a degree. But I mean, what I really would like to do is what I'm doing right now. Make music, make video games, make a product like my stream, and do something creative that really feels very, you know, what's the word, edifying to me and satisfying, and be myself, and those are the things that I do, and I'm happy with those things, and I'm not defined by my drug addictions. I'm not defined by my ex-girlfriends. I'm not defined by, like, you know, who I was or where I am now or anything like that. It's like you're not defined by the things around you. You're defined by what's in your heart and soul. And while I've been a very morally bankrupt person my whole life, I wouldn't say I've been a bad person. I haven't ever lost any true friendships I'm totally, like, fucked up about, except for, like, Cloud Candy. That's it. You know? Okay, I modded my weapons and I dumped all this weight, and I moved all of my contraband to my ship belly so I can access it, like, you know, it will. Let's go jump around and see if they don't trigger my what's it called, oh, I fucked up, so go back out. Oh no. Well, in any event, let's see if maybe it changes. I think I might be okay, I don't know. We'll go somewhere else if I can. It might be too messed up. Steal from the Trade Authority on Aquila. Okay. I have contraband. I do? Well, I don't know. So, take me to Alpha Centauri, I guess. Faction, Sowing Discord. Oh, right on. I got an achievement. I used them for smuggling. Successfully smuggled contraband. Cool. I think I've screwed up the save, however. Let's light a neon, see if it's fucked up. I might have to reload. Looks fucking awesome. Why am I not in the ship thing anymore? No, see, you did screw up. So where was my last autosave before it was screwed up? It was like number 4. Yeah, like number 4, I think, which was not that long ago. Yeah, number 4. So I want to come back in and reload number 4. Quit. Desktop. Fucking Starfield mods.
Us. And that nature, at least for me, and I think
I'm hoping the New Game Plus fixes this, but I want to get the faction stuff done first, and then clear my whole list of quests and not take any more. And then I will do, like, the last quest, which is the main quest, and...
many other people, through what I've witnessed, is a key part of that if we just give it a chance.
This was really good. I like this whole unfiltered stories thing. Let's see what else they've got.
All right, Austin. I humored you for a minute while we were in there because I already noticed your bags. I see the pictures of it.
What was this now? So make it bigger. Unfiltered stories. Ohio Nazi vandal gets grandma's house raided by police. Okay.
All right, Austin. I humored you for a minute while we were in there because I already noticed your bags. I see the pictures of it. I told Grandma we're seasoned for evidence anyhow. But when you have the red spray paint still in
why do you have a cut on your forehead?
your bag, yeah. Your agreement you had with the...
You're so weird. Why are you being arrested for 4chan? You fucking idiot. Major update. Yeah, right. You mean like another little bit of his own? $9.50. There's 4 safe. We'll see.
County has been pulled, your bond's been revoked, you can go to prison. We're done dealing with you. All right? Good luck there. I'm trying to get a hold of the judge or the sheriff, maybe get you out of detective, put you in general pop, see how that works. So
On May 4th, 2024, police in Sandusky, Ohio responded to an unusual
Why is it Ohio?
vandalism call. The officer quickly spotted the offensive spray paint on the city's main underpass and began investigating.
It's a Nazi.
Just 2 days later, on May
1488
6th,
thing.
police would have enough probable cause to visit his grandmother's home with an arrest warrant. Detectives immediately had a suspect, 23-year-old Austin Rogers, who has a checkered history with several agencies and was released pending a plea agreement for a similar previous charge. While speaking to his grandmother and entering the house, they would find the evidence they need. The suspect also allegedly posted photos and videos of the vandalism to several websites, including 4chan. The following footage may be uncomfortable to some.
Oh my god, you fucking idiot. Oh my god. You fucking idiot. I do not condone this message. Fucking idiot. I don't even want to know. Ugh, get off it.
So I'm currently on a vandalism.
He was caught like as he was doing it. Oh my god. He ran past the cops. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What happened here? Like, what's going on? This went so weird. You can't see the cop car, buddy? Are you fucking blind? Oh my god. Not buddy. He's not a buddy. Fuck this fucking Nazi asshole. You can't see that cop car? You're fucking blind. You're like, if I'm spray painting a bridge, I'm thinking about the cops. You know, you're walking towards the cop, you fucking moron. Maybe use your eyes. At this point, no, he's not. I guarantee it. He's looking on his phone. He's looking at his phone or something. No, he is. He's like, no, he's videotaping the cop. Or no, maybe it is the cop. Maybe the cop finds this. Oh no, yeah, so this was the body cam of Eve Hernandez. Okay, so never mind. Okay, so this isn't the guy. This is the cop. Okay, never mind. It makes sense. Oh my god.
Right, and a thing that says Dresden. Your attention, and I'm sure the chief will want to know ASAP as well. So I'm currently on a vandalism call at the Columbus Ave underpass, and I'm looking at a couple of swastikas, White Lives Matter, Hitler was right, and a thing that says Dresden.com. And it so happens our friend in common, Austin Rogers, was released a couple of days ago from the Erie County Jail from all that, ethnic intimidation, all that stuff. I know it's raining, and I know the chief was really concerned about that and had to call the street department last time this happened over at Charlene Park. Even though it's raining and pouring and all that, and it's opening day, do we still want to contact and have the street department come in on overtime for this so all the tourists don't see? Or are we just going to have them take care of it on Monday? Alrighty, thank you, sir.
Go buy some white spray paint and spend an hour spray painting, and if anybody asks you, I just say, oh, I spray painted over it so the community wouldn't see it. That's what I would do. Maybe you're not allowed to do that. You might not be allowed to. Don't know. The cop sounds a lot more decent than the Nazi, which is good. That's a good thing.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, ma'am, I can't help you right now. I'm going to call, and you're back in traffic up. We have to keep it moving, okay? That's fine, yes.
61, you got to be set. Yeah,
this lady's like, get this shit off the wall.
All right. What's up?
Is there more on the north side, or is it just the south side?
It's all on the west side wall here. Hey, sorry, I was on the other line with Chris Denny regarding another issue, or regarding something else, so...
There's some down by my cruiser I'll photograph.
They can see it plain as day for people that are going north and south of the underpass. It's in bright red spray paint. You can't miss it. Yes, it's all on the west wall. All right, sounds good. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
That's better.
Yeah, bye. Hey, sorry, I wasn't ignoring you. I had Denny in E-Stop calling me about two different things, and I got to call the chief about this too, about this graffiti. So, just give me. Oh, I know who it is. It's Austin Rogers. It's just I gotta check for cameras too, because I gotta go back to the station real quick, so that way I can contact Steve what's-his-face and/or Dave Borsick about this, because definitely can't have the tourists on opening day seeing all this shit on the side of the the west side of the wall here. Now you said there's something on the north. Did you see anything on the east side? Yeah. So it's like Dresden.com, I think. Yeah, I checked that website, I have yet to check the website because I only put in Dresden.com, which is like some dubstep group.
What?
Yeah, the more I think about that, that's probably a good idea to not look that up either. So, all right, well, since you're here in the area, can you do me a solid and
that's
start
not what it sounds like to
looking
me.
for cameras to see if we have any or all
no,
or anything
dubstep's
at
just
all
probably the music
that would
they're gonna
base
play
towards
when you
over
go on
here.
the east side.
Yeah, I think they do too, but I'm not quite sure if that would cover the underpass per se. No, hopefully it will. All right, sweet. Can you leave a business card so that way we can, determine try to figure out who exactly did this? All right, sounds good. I need to go back to the station and make some phone calls to see if the street department will come in overtime for this, because obviously we don't want people seeing this shit. Yep. So all right, I'm gonna let you go. Okay, bye.
1007 2nd Street, service warrant.
Hey, you knock on the door.
Either one, I'm not gonna.
Bust his Nazi ass. Bust his Nazi ass. Twist his worthless piece of shit Nazi dick. Bust his Nazi ass. Bust his Nazi ass. Ah, so satisfying. Fuck these worthless, rough people that are just making my country look way, way worse. Bust his Nazi ass. We got 7 FBI guys here, and we're after your son for a hate crime.
How
Oh
you
my
doing?
god. Just be honest. Just say hi. You know, your son posted a bunch of racist shit to 4chan.com. There's 7 feds all around your house, and we're here to violate your son for a hate crime. Just say it. It would be a lot more funny to everybody on the camera. Just say it to him. Be blunt. Be blunt about it. So if I open the door, will those things leave? Yeah, I want to control you and then put you over there. Yeah. And then... Get out there. Okay, we have a torch. I used 2 Molotovs to get that thing. I have to go to a higher level thing now. What level am I? I'm 25. Yeah, probably that Tundra monolith. It doesn't look very fun, though. Wishland East. Wishland West. It's not good enough. I need, like... that. Maybe I should go to that. Or I don't know. That's probably too high. The monolith might be okay. The Tundra Exclusion Zone. Yeah, let's go to that. We'll start with this and we'll work our way into the monolith. I will travel. Bust his Nazi ass. Bust his worthless right-wing Nazi ass.
Austin?
Fuck him.
How you doing, man?
Austin, the cops are here for you. What'd you do? We all know it's your hate crime bullshit. What'd you do? Austin, you little shithead. Stay in Ohio.
You his mom?
Yeah.
Okay,
no,
sorry.
no, I'm his grandma.
Grandma's already to come in and talk to you?
Yeah.
All right.
Austin?
Are you in there, like, wiping your hard drives? Do you have child porn? Are you watching lolly porn? You don't want to go in there and actually maybe bust the guy? That's what I would do. No, this didn't work. I'll have to go back further. Oh, no, the autosave on the Dragonfire 2. Right now, I loaded 4, did I? How about that quick save? Let's load that and see if that fucking works. Maybe I'll have to reload. God damn it. Okay, in here is fine, but when I leave, we'll see if it fucks up or not. I think I'm fucked. Yeah, I think I might be fucked, which isn't too good. Maybe if we leave, it'll be okay. I have contraband. Okay, whatever. Just jump the ball leg. Go. Good. Now, go down to the thingy or whatever and see if you can give me a load or if it just fucks up. You popped me out of the chair and it implies that my load screwed up here. Oh, God. Oh, no. Let's load that one and just see what happens. The Lord of Moonlight is watching me. And now I've tanked down because it's 3 in the morning. I hope I didn't bork my save. That would be very, very, very bad.
He's inside. Yeah.
They're with them. I don't know. I have no idea what's going on.
Probation. So, hi Austin, how you doing? Good. Got some warrants for you.
Good. Say it with feeling. This is bad, isn't it? I want to go back, and I want you to, like, stop this. You're not going to load. I needed to choose a proper load, and I didn't, and it's very scary because I could lose, like, a lot of levels. We'll see. We will see.
Got warrants for you. Okay. Alright.
And what?
You'll grab some shoes?
For what now?
Well, he's out spray painting underpasses and everything else and posting about it.
My shoes right there.
Your shoes are out there?
Yeah.
Where's your backpack at, bud? There?
Yeah.
You see that? Bring it with you.
You got a warrant, you said?
Do I need a warrant at your grandmother's house? I'll get it. That's fine. Put it back down.
Yeah.
If you don't want to give it to me to look?
Yeah, get a warrant.
Okay, come on, step out.
Okay.
In your grandmother's house, we'll do it.
Get a warrant. Look at, like, why are you wasting these people's time? There's so much worse stuff going on, and you waste it because you got to spray Nazi symbols on an overpass. I've had my little, like, metal larks or whatever, my little larks too, but nothing like this, you know? Got busted, you know, for fucking critical mass. Got in a high-speed chase. That wasted some cop time, but I mean, like, all I was doing was smoking a cigarette on the back of my car.
We'll walk over to the shoes.
I'll go get a warrant. Fuck you.
Are they behind the store?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why you gotta stress your grandma out like this, right-wing piece of shit cocksucker Nazi? Come on, man. The quick save. Maybe I can load the quick save in the range, and that's what I'm gonna try and do. I hope I didn't bork my save. Going into the bunker at all is starting to be risky. It's stupid.
Which pair?
She wants to scream at him so bad. I wish she would. I wish she would just scream at him.
Take a step over for me. Thank you.
Look at all those grandkids, and they're all going to be disappointed in you. Like, I understand, like, smoking weed and getting busted by cops and shit like that, even high-speed chases and stuff like that. But spraying Nazi swastika symbols where a bunch of the city can see it, that's a different thing. That's a disgrace.
Then we'll walk over there to that cruiser.
What are the charges?
Honestly, I'm not aware. I literally pulled up and they just told me they needed somebody for transport. On that side of the car. You got anything on you?
No.
No cell phones?
No.
Nothing like that? You got some gloves?
I'd go to the car and grab that. Push those on.
He made the black officer put gloves on.
Go ahead, spread your legs for me. A little bit more than that.
This is always fun.
Pull these up a little bit.
What's with the star? Are you a Satanist?
Gotta have a seat.
Usually the pentagram has a circle.
Yeah, all the brown
Sorry,
folks first.
Grandma. We had to bust the Nazi. She's like, it's okay, I understand.
It's okay.
I hope you get him.
Folks first. How's it going?
Let's go.
Just dumb neighbor over here.
She all right?
No, she's fine. Just got a warrant for the kid.
Oh. I was getting ready to say, hell, I see Granny every day.
Yeah, she's fine. Yeah. Just in case he jumps out the window.
No.
Play with me, so. Sounds like it's over with already, so see?
Won't play with you. That's up to you guys.
If he goes out the window, they're like, if he tries to run. Oh my god.
You too.
Bust his Nazi ass. Bust his worthless Nazi ass. Yeah, bust his Nazi ass. Man, I haven't actually enjoyed watching somebody get busted in a long time. This one's fine though.
I had to go to the car and grab it.
I should have some.
He's like, I don't. Oh my god, he asked the guy to put on gloves. Sitting in the car with your hands behind your back sucks so bad.
I don't think I had no three cars in here, but we'll see.
Hold on.
We're live.
You're clear.
We're live.
Ronte, you knock on the door. Out this back door too, I remember that. And I had to jump over the fence, the little fence last time.
Oh, you were last time?
Uh-huh. And I had a snake on the chair. Scary. Yep.
Dog. There's somebody walking up.
To the front?
Yeah, you got somebody walking to the front. Didn't tell who it was. Walk your hair, can you see stuff?
No.
Wow.
I would not.
He walked up there.
He's up there?
No, they walked up there. Somebody did. I think so.
Somebody's at the front.
Applause. Oh no, it's still too early. God damn it. I got
Which
all
way?
that right.
They're letting you in?
Back bedroom.
He's in his back bedroom?
I see him. He's back just sitting right there. Come back this way.
This way?
doggy.
Okay, come on.
I love the black cop. He's like, fuck this Nazi.
Yeah.
Must feel good to put the chains on him. Busted a Nazi today. Fucking, man, I could see deriving a lot of satisfaction out of that. Almost makes cops look good, you know? Almost. Stellar Starway. I don't even know all the stuff. Radar toggle? Radar toggle. What is radar toggle? So there's like clean places, but not really. Like a real clean place would be, I guess you're supposed to like travel to the monuments that you're doing and leave a camp there, I guess, and just teleport to that. Like I live in a good spot where I'm not in the storm, but the storm is huge. There's a storm here and a storm here. Really big storm here. And like it's really bad right there where the securement silo is, and there's like places to live out here that might be better. But where I live is not that bad actually. You can get good materials here for easy. And what time does lunar end? Is it 8 a.m. or something? Field guide. Oh, yep, are we in? Yeah, we are in. Hopefully I didn't bork my save. Maybe I should just do all that stuff on the ship. No, I don't know. Like I think it's just the save borked because of the bunker. What?
Matter, all this stuff. White lives matter, all this stuff. Lorraine has a case on thing up there, spray paint and everything. So we're getting real charging. We haven't straightened out Shoreline Park. Then was his permanent residency here?
Yeah, he's been staying here, yeah. But the DD board was looking for a place for him.
Okay.
But maybe because of all this trouble, they said.
Wait, he got kicked out of 120 Prairie because what he was doing down there with the knife.
Well, I'm sorry, but I can't leave the DD board, put him in there anyway. The drugs and all that goes on there. That was no place for him.
Yeah, I mean, look at his room.
There was no place for him. Hopefully you don't bork. I don't know. Please work, please work. I'm scared I'm like at this terrible place. Oh god. I don't know. Maybe I can't jump to Volai. Maybe I'll go somewhere else. Like maybe, or I don't know. I don't think I have a save before this. The quick save in the range, and then a level 80 save. There's nothing else. It's all like auto saves that don't work. I don't know. If I exit, will that fix it? Let's see if exiting fixes it. Exit the ship. Maybe it loads the place finally. Exit the ship now. No. I don't know. Jump. You cannot fast travel with jumping or falling. Yep. Very bad. Oh no, I might have really lost here. Like really lost. I don't know. Well, maybe coming out of the bunker is the problem. We'll go back out to desktop and try to load again. Hi kitty, you want to sit on my lap? Get some attention. Hello beautiful kitty. Yeah, I got a nice warm blanket. Oh good, I was able to do what I wanted to do, which is real good.
put my hat on there with the swastika right on top of his bed.
I didn't even know it. Oh, yeah.
Ma'am, being sure. Ma'am, what's your name? Sharon. When we come awesome. I can see the backpack that's in the video. I'm just going to see those evidence right now. I'm just letting you know that.
All right.
Okay. This plain dude who walks around with this backpack and all these videos. It's just being used as evidence right now, and we'll deal with it down the road. Okay?
You don't want to put a glove on while you handle evidence. See, this is why we have so many criminals walking away. A good lawyer can get him out of it.
Jimmy, question.
There's like child porn in there. Look at that swastika hat. Fucking idiot. Yeah, like if there's child porn in the laptop that's in the backpack or whatever, you maybe need to put some gloves on, you idiot.
No, I don't know what to do, how to him.
Contact the court. Tell me you think he needs
Have him watch American History X. That'll help. That'll help him.
Custody, and he never had
I'm just kidding.
any problems. But
my
one
God,
time
the dog
with
is
the
so annoying.
school,
Yeah.
he got in trouble for posting something. But when we went to court, they tried to say he was going to
Well, the
shoot up the school or something.
Yeah, the
Well, I
halfway-
showed his video, his lawyer, the thing from the supervisor that said no weapons were mentioned. And she said, well, I got it dropped anyways. So because of all that, they wanted to put him in placement.
Well, he was in a halfway house up in Lorraine, and he wrote something out. He was going to shoot the place up when he went.
No, but after all that happened, they put him in placement.
Yeah.
Do you know anything about those placements? Those are the worst things that I ever seen. They're bad as prison.
Yeah.
And that's when he started getting mean.
Yeah.
It's like,
mean,
he was beaten up so bad one time. He was in the hospital for how long?
And
He
even
was raped.
Even after he was arrested the first time, 128 Perry, they let him move back in, and he started doing the same stuff all over again.
I don't understand him. I talked to him and
He's got some issues he needs to deal with. And I mean, mental health counseling, I don't know. He told me before he was on meds to keep him level, but he thought they were clouding his mind, so that's why he quit taking them.
that's what I told him. I said, you need to be on some kind of medication. And he said, it makes me
2071, is there a unit close to 1000 block of 2nd
you
Street?
were seeing your psychiatrist, because I did have him to a psychiatrist for you. I said, you need to tell her that. You don't tell her you're all right.
What?
need
You
to tell
instant
her
one-shot me, you idiot. Why do you design like
And all
this?
this other crazy.
Ma'am, I'll let you look at it. What do you see right there on top? Red spray paint can? That's why. That's why we're taking it. I knew he had it.
I don't understand why he keeps doing it.
We don't either, but he's just racking up felony charges every time.
Yeah. The prosecutor's office had an agreement.
He's going to jail because he's an adult. Yeah, he's like, what, 23? He's gonna go to jail for this. What an idiot. Fucking idiot. Why? So you can paint a swastika to scare some people of color? I hope the jail time and getting fucked in prison was worth it, you stupid ass piece of shit Nazi. Fuck you. Fuck what you do to my community. Ugh. Sorry, kitty.
working with him. He's supposed to get sentenced at the end of the month. They're revoking that, and they're going to re-pull his whole thing.
You're gonna now he's got all of it.
He just needs to stop what he's doing.
Just stop what you're doing.
And he knew that, so I didn't think he'd ever do anything.
No, he
like
wants
that.
to join the Aryan
Before
gang
he
in
did
prison.
it,
He's
the
an
video
idiot.
posted
That's
on
what he
the
wants,
website.
I guarantee it. Somebody told him
Well,
there's
I'll tell you
people
right
like him
now,
in
from
prison,
just right
so he
here,
wants to
looking
go
in his
there.
room, he has these cards that he puts out on people's porches and stuff of that sort.
Remember we were here the last time? He's taking all the rocks out of
You see what this says? White children are only 3% of the world population, already a minority in many Western nations.
I don't know either.
But I appreciate it.
No,
Hope we didn't
get
upset
out of
you
it,
too
no.
much. Like I said, we just come over to get him. We knew he was going to be here because they just got bonded
No,
out.
get out of
This is
it.
his address for the bond out, so.
No, no, get out of it. Stop it. I'm so used to
Probation.
X being my heel.
I can't believe you turned around and did that.
I know.
Well, get out your hair. Have a good rest of your day.
$2071. Is there a unit close to 1000 block of 2nd Street?
Ah, get out of it. Annoying. The cat like distracted me so bad. Like every time she shows up, which is okay. I like it when she shows up, but she like makes us have to move my keyboard, and then I forget that I've moved the keyboard, and then I mispress buttons. Fucking so annoying. Die. You took so much fucking like shuck and blast point blank. That's insane. What are you, a god? Fucking dumb. It was like fucking like 20 sniper rifles with high power rounds and like fucking 16 shotgun rounds point blank or something. That's insane. What are you, a living god? Why make the damage like that? You're an idiot. Fucking developers. The TTK is too long.
219, 9 Highway. Just need in cars.
Oh, that sound is so fucking terrible.
Was
I
there
like
a arrest
watching the
warrant?
Nazi get busted.
Yeah, they have the charge. They're gonna give me a copy of it to give to you.
So there was a warrant though.
Yeah.
Okay. Just double check.
Oh, you already?
74, 2200.
You idiot. You think a swastika on a wall is worth fucking going to jail for 25
I humored you for a minute while we were in there because I noticed your bag
idiot.
to see the pictures of
And I
it.
thought the shit I
told
did
Grandma
was
we're
dumb.
seasoned for
You're
evidence anyhow.
really dumb.
But when you have the red spray paint still in your bag, yeah. Your agreement you had with the county has been pulled. Your bond's been revoked. You can go to prison. We're done dealing with you. All right. Good luck there.
Fuck you, Nazi. Join
I'm
your
trying to
Aryan
get hold of
brother
the
there
judge
and
or
get raped all
sheriff,
the
maybe
time.
get you out of
Fucking
protect and
idiot.
put you in general pop. See how that works.
Yeah, we'll put you in Gen Pop where you get eaten. We're done dealing with you. Got too many black cops and shit like that. Fuck you, asshole.
Yourself. Please.
I just looked to the 3 black cops that showed up to your arrest. You fucking idiot.
Man, you're killing me without having this clipboard. Hey, just ooh. Sal, you got a copy of the charge and faxing it over.
All the charges are dispatch already declared.
Yes, sir, thank you. You want that window up or down?
It's good.
Good.
Appreciate it.
No problem. Being route the county one now.
Can't play class 34.
Two charges of felony, 5 vandalism.
Felony vandalism. How do you become? How do you? Okay, I can't believe that's felony fucking vandalism. That's insane. Like, Yeah, like, but I don't know, spray painting like 5 slogans and stuff. Yeah, see, like he's done in big boy prison now. 2 to 5 years for this shit, on probation on all the other shit too. Violation on probation. They're gonna give him 5 years for this. That's insane. For what? Vandalism. You needed to now. If you didn't hate the system and push his right wing ideals before, he's really gonna push him when he gets out of prison, and he'll be pushed in Aryan Nation in there. How is this a solution? It's fucking stupid. I'll even say it, like, I don't know, man. I don't really think Gen Pop prison is the right place for this guy. I think it's maybe a mental health facility. We'll see what the lawyers and the judge say. I can't believe I'm sympathetic to his fucking Nazi ass. I'm saying do the same bid that he would do in prison. Just force him to do it in an inpatient mental health facility. Where he's at least not eaten alive by the Aryan Brotherhood and completely brain warped or whatever. Or he gets his ass raped by every other gang in the fucking prison over and over again. We definitely, I don't know, like definitely this guy's so young, I think they should consider some kind of mental health rehabilitation. I don't know how you fix this much hate though. They don't either, that's their problem. They don't know. They don't know how to fix this and I'm sympathetic to it. I don't know how to stop it either. Fucking idiots. They're like, we believe in the freedom of speech in this country, so you know we won't just like lock him up. We'll have to prosecute him. Are you loaded? Yes, you are. Good. Please work. Please work. Please work. I'm learning not to save in the bunker. It's dangerous, and I might have borked my save good 20 levels or something crazy. We'll see. I don't know if this is going to repair. My save may have borked. I really don't know. I hope I didn't bork my save. If I did, I'll just go back to this level 80 save from days ago. Yeah, it was yesterday. This save is from yesterday. I'm okay with losing a day. It would not be fun. I gotta be honest. It would not be fun. But it would be probably an intact save, and that's okay. I'm okay with losing a day. But man, maybe I should just turn off all of the fucking mods. I don't really know. Please work, please work, please work, please work, please work. Please show me an unjaded scene that isn't all borked. Please, 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 please. I think this save is borked. I think I've lost like 5 levels. Modding the game was such a bad idea. I really should have just stayed vanilla. I'm so dumb. I might have to start over vanilla with like no mods. I don't know. The game sucks without mods. I don't know. If you corrupted my save, I'm gonna be so fucking mad. Please work, please work, please work, please work. Oh, oops. Yeah, there was other stuff in here. I'm after that building, the donut building, I think. Yeah, that's the only building I haven't been to. The donut building. Got everything else in this place. I think that completes this place now, which is good. I can move. Ooh, weapon crate. That no, yeah, this was the last thing. Oh, it's the same boss again. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. You gonna kill me? Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Don't kill me. Oh no. Oh no. So what do? I do this. Jump to soul. So of course, nope. Oh, you're saving all this. Can I go to a local? Yeah, G. So of course, nope. This save was borked, but oh no, I don't know. Maybe this autosave. Try that, I guess. I really don't know. This was a new sniper rifle, but I don't think it's anywhere near as good as mine, but they break down pretty well, which is good. Is there anything else in here? No, I don't think so. Oh, there's something. Oh. Please work, please work.
And they're sending the charges out to the county, so you'll get served with them at the county.
Appreciate it.
No problem. Who's your probation officer?
I have no idea.
Oh, you haven't got one yet?
I just went in and they just told me to come back and check in about, they gave me a schedule. It was like May something to May something else.
Gotcha.
It's like twice every month. I'm still new to the probation thing, so I don't know yet.
Gotcha.
Not for long.
I don't think I have one yet. Do they tell you their name when you go in and check in?
I have no clue.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know.
I just figured you had already been on it and was already in contact with one.
No, I just was told to check in, and that's it.
This guy just needs love in his life. That's all it would take. A little bit of love in his life from a good woman and he would be totally fine. He would chill the fuck out, I guarantee it. The loveless society is also part of this problem. We snub everybody so bad that without physical love or a girlfriend or something like that, at an impressionable age like this, he just spews hatred all day.
The following is footage from September 2023, where authorities arrested Rogers for allegedly placing flyers containing racist, homophobic, and anti-Semitic language on porches of homes in at least 2 Sandusky neighborhoods. Rogers pleaded guilty to 1 count of ethnic intimidation, a 5th-degree felony. In exchange for his plea, 3 other counts, including possession of criminal tools, felonious assault, and aggravated menacing, were dismissed.
Austin, come to the door.
Oh my god.
Yeah?
Open the door.
Who is it? Police.
Fuck.
You guys got a arrest warrant? Austin, open the door.
Just need to talk to you tonight.
Need to have a chat. All right. What's going on with you?
I just woke up.
Just woke up? All right, come in, let's talk to you for a minute. See what's going on. Huh?
Sorry about that.
What's up with the race?
What's up?
Well, what are you doing?
I just woke up.
Yeah. Still back in your stuff? Yeah. All right. Why are you putting the bags in the driveways all around here? Why are you putting the bags with the rice in the driveways?
Flying.
Flyers?
Yeah. It's not illegal.
Yeah, it is. Stand up. Come on.
Yeah, it is. You confess to it.
I'll help you.
Yeah, it is. And you confess to it. Now they're gonna use it against you in court. This is why you don't. This is why you don't talk to cops. You idiot. You're not fit for this life. You're not fit for this weird criminal life that you're choosing to do, and you're just gonna get butt raped in prison for the whole thing. Please don't be a butt boy. Please stop now. Stop now. This isn't the good life for you. Jesus fucking Christ. If I'm like trying to be some like young Nazi or whatever the fuck, I'm definitely not talking to cops. Fucking dumb. He's like, yeah, it is. And you just confessed to it, you idiot. He could have taunted him, but that's like probably against policy and shit. But he could just taunt him, being like, yeah, it is, and you just confessed to it, you fucking idiot, and I'm cuffing you now. It's not a crime. That's a confession, you idiot. That's like saying yes, but it's not a crime. Yes, it is. Putting fucking Nazi flyers around. Yes, it is. We don't want that in this country. It'll take Daddy Proud Boy winning again somehow to make that fucking acceptable. This room is fucked up. You won't load. This is so bad. It's like so bad. I think I lost like 5 levels and I don't know what to do now. I don't think any of these are gonna load. I really don't know. I don't know what to do. Are you gonna load? I don't think you're going to. What do I do? I don't know. Maybe jumping to Volai. Oh, okay, so maybe I can turn off all mods and then load outside Volai and then go back in and load the mods again, maybe. Fuck, what else do I do? What else do I do?
What's up everybody, Tommy here, Math Productions, and in this video I'm going to show you guys how to hopefully avoid a common, I call it a save file corruption issue, but that maybe isn't technically what it is. That's what I feel like it is, but it happens to me a lot since I pretty much exclusively play via the cloud, Xbox Cloud Gaming through the Game Pass Ultimate subscription. And this happens to me a lot, where just indefinitely after a save exit specifically, that it just won't load the game. So real quick, while we try take 2 on loading this file in, if you would, subscribe to the channel, it helps me out a lot. I hope you like the video. If you do, hit that like button. And as always, let me know in the comments what you think down below. But so here you see attempt number 2 of loading this exit save. Like I said, it happens most frequently, to me at least, with autosaves, specifically the exit save. Normally, there's not a whole lot you can do to prevent or to back up immediately before, like a random...
Starfield, if all of my saves are corrupted because of a mod, can I uninstall, or sorry, can I turn off all of the mods and load the save without the mods and preserve the save? What do I do? That quick save in the range. You won't let me jump out of the range, will you? Let's try that. Let's see if I can get into that quick save in the range, and maybe just exiting that range save over and over again might eventually get me out of it. I'll go back to the level 80 save and I'll just call it a wash, like I lost a day. Yeah, or oh my god, no, this was a week ago. That is a week. It is a week of Starfield or something. That's insane. It's a whole 24 hours. It's like 3 days. It's like 2 or 3 or 4 days worth of playing or something. But I still would rather have that than not. Maybe I can load that save and then get the other save, to like the exit save in Volite, to actually work. Maybe I can get that Dragonfire 2 save to work and then jump to the Volite Alpha, and that might work. But let's see loading the range works. I think I would like to start over Starfield on a non-GeForce Now run and not use mods at all, because I'm learning that it just fucking corrupts. It just corrupts. Even the achievement-friendly ones still fucking corrupt. You wouldn't think that they would, but they do. They fucking do. And I bought so many of them. I bought like $100 worth or something like that. And it's nice to own the mods. I don't regret owning them. But now, like, maybe I can get away with Watchtower. It'd be nice to have Watchtower and the Overhaul or something. I don't know. Oh, you know what I could do? I could go back to this level 80 save, and I could just do the New Game Plus. That's probably what I will do. And who cares if I lose like a couple of days? That's way better than losing the save. And then I can New Game Plus, which should cleanse all of the mod problems. Because yeah, it's like installing over time. Like, how long does it take to finish the main quest? No. Yeah, I don't care if I'm all purpled out. I'll just chop trees and get levels that way. Oh, I need to repair my tools before they break. Can I do that? No, you can't repair tools. No, I'll have to make new ones. Maybe a steel pickaxe. Yeah, steel pickaxe. Yeah, like this GeForce Now load is starting to really fucking bug me. Actually, I mean, I would be okay with just starting over on a non-modded run. I got so many achieves, and now I know that like maybe I would use like 2 or 3 mods. I would use the overall. No, I'll just go back to this quick save. Oh, did you load? No. I'll go back to the quick save and I'll finish the game. And I got achievements that I don't even have to worry about. I got the achievements. They're not going to be taken from me. So yeah, I lose like 3 days, but I'll finish the game on this level 80 save, and that's fine. I won't have the nice Revenant gun from finishing the pirate quest, I don't think. I mean, yeah, January 7th was a long time ago. That was a week ago. But I think I shouldn't have deleted my other saves. I'm fucking stupid. I don't know what to do. We'll see if it loads. I don't know. I might have borked the save. And I'm learning. I'm learning to just do New Game Plus if it keeps crashing like this. But that's all part of it too, and I'll lose 5 levels over that, of course, but that's Bethesda. Fucking, I hard borked my save, maybe. I don't really know. There might be a weird path where I can maybe load this level 80 save and then jump from that to the... No, this is a bork save, I'm fairly sure. No, I think I lost like 5 levels, and I'm just gonna go do New Game Plus because it's obvious that I've got like a borked save that's just waiting to happen. I've got to go do the Unity like reset and get all the mods reset. Fucking annoying. Do I chop tree? Yeah, I guess I chop tree. Yeah. Ooh, tank top, I got a skin. I'm sick of listening to this load. I think I need to do a non-modded save. It would be so much. No, I need to just do the New Game Plus. I'll go back to level 80 if nothing else, and I'll just keep loading until I get a save that works. When I do, I'll go do New Game Plus, and I'll get myself out of this problem, because adding all these mods slowly throughout the playthrough, it's actually really dangerous to the fucking save. It actually really is. Now, I've not done New Game Plus, so it's probably really annoying the first time, but later on it's probably really easy to go do it if you feel like you're getting glitched. Yeah, I think that level 80 save will at least get me most of my progress saved, and I'll just go do the New Game Plus. I'm not that freaked out. Why am I being attacked? Do you guys just spawn, or what? In Starfield, on the quest All That Money Can Buy, how far am I from New Game Plus? Oh, so like 2 days I could be done.
Hello friends, so today we're going to be talking about a very important topic. This is mod management on installation. If you are here for load order help, I'm going to put a video up in the corner. I'll also put it in the description down below. Already made that video. But we are talking about this because it's an extremely important topic. If you ever talk to someone that has been playing Bethesda games for a substantial amount of time and they've been modding them for a substantial amount of time, the one thing they will tell you is you cannot be uninstalling mods mid-game. Why is this? It's because the mod's writing references to your save file, and those references will break and it will cause problems within your game, potentially breaking it. So let's give you a real example. Let's say you download a bunch of overhauls for New Atlantis to make it feel like a more realistic city, and you play with it for about a week and you decide, you know what, it looks really cool and everything, but it's just causing me too much performance issues, it's just too much for my machine to handle. You go ahead, you uninstall it, you load back in to find that New Atlantis is just a giant hole in the ground of Jemison now. What happened there was the overhaul mods wrote a bunch of references to
so I broke my save when I did the overhaul mod.
Textures within the mod itself, and when you deleted that mod, you go to load up Jemison and your save file tells it, hey, go pull these textures because we're going to place them here, here, and here, and it can't find them. So there's just a giant hole where Jemison used to be. That's why you cannot be uninstalling mods just willy-nilly. The other problem is a little bit more of a sneaky problem, and it just comes down to save file bloat. Basically, you just have these null references within your save file building up over time. And like you might be able to get away with uninstalling like 1 or 2 mods inappropriately and not see a problem, but it'll build up and you'll get more and more and more and more references building up until you start seeing like infinite load screens or crash to desktop all the time. And that's because you have a save file that's filled with a bunch of null references and your machine needs to process that. So There's two ways to basically handle uninstallation. The first way is reverting back saves, and this is why in particular, I throw down a hard save before I install a mod, and I always plan on bailing back to that hard save if I have any problems. And that's great if you can have problems pop up within like the first couple hours of gameplay, but what the heck do you do if like the problems start popping up like 2 weeks after installing the mod? And that gets us to the second way to do it, and that is a Unity jump. So the Unity itself is a dev tool wrapped in Space Wizard's robes. That's what it is. It basically just resets your save file, so it'll scrub all those null references along with all your items and outposts and ships. So it fixes those modding mistakes you made at the cost of, you know, the things you had in the prior universe. They cleverly wrapped it up in lore and story. I'll do a video on this later on this week to make up for kind of bursting your bubble on like this cool story element within Starfield, but it's just a giant dev tool to reset your game, essentially. They just were very clever with how they concealed it behind storyline elements, and this allows us to do things that we couldn't do in past Bethesda titles, like uninstall mods mid-save and continue playing. Couldn't do that in past Bethesda titles without running into issues, but we're going to go ahead and take a look at how to actually do this process.
Sometimes,
so basically
sometimes I can exit and it doesn't glitch, or like when it does. See, I don't want to spread it to my other save. Let's go to Dazra and just see if Dazra loads for some reason. Maybe that'll save it from fucking up. I don't really know. Oh, maybe I'm okay. Oh, maybe I'm okay. Maybe I'm okay. I might be okay. Okay, so now I understand how important it is to just go do the main story quest now and just get it done. Okay, so further into the unknown. Oh, further into the unknown. I'm sorry. So how far is further into the unknown? Starfield, how far into the main story quest is further into the unknown? I'm 50%, okay. Oh, that's good. I think I gotta save to work. It's just exiting the bunker over and over again, but I still want to do New Game Plus. I've really fucked up here and maybe really genuinely like borked my save, which might not. I have a save from 5 levels ago, and I might have to go complete the game on that. I think I saved my save. Very good, and I'll just go do New Game Plus to fix it all. That's fine. I was gonna do Ryujin, but I'll do Ryujin on the next playthrough. This is my favorite game, I think, actually. It's kind of crazy. It's just managed to keep my attention when all these other games can't. Maybe I should pull an all-nighter. I can't seem to get to bed early. And I think I'd like to go to bed at like 8 o'clock tonight. And I might just caffeinate and go all day. Okay, so there's other pieces I suppose the loot doesn't matter. Talk to me about Starfield's New Game Plus and what it entails. Do you lose your items? What all happens?
In Starfield, New Game Plus, NG Plus, is not just a standard restart with higher difficulty, it is actually a core part of the game's story and lore. Here is exactly what you keep, what you lose, and how it works. Point 1. What you lose, the reset. When you step through the Unity, you are essentially leaving your physical body and possessions behind to enter a new universe as a Starborn. Inventory and credits, all your weapons, gear, resources, and money are gone. You start with 0 credits. Ships, any custom ships you built or captured are gone. You start with a special Starborn ship, more on that below. Outposts and houses, all your bases, decorated apartments, and storage containers are wiped. Quest progress and relationships, all mission progress is reset. Your companions will not know who you are, and any marriages or high affinity statuses are cleared. Star maps, you lose your fast travel markers and will need to rediscover systems and landing spots. Point 2. What you keep, the soul, anything inherent to your character carries over perfectly. Level and XP, your current level and all progress toward your next level. Skills, every skill point you've spent and all your progress on skill challenges, example kill 50 enemies with a pistol. Powers, all Starborn powers you unlock. Research, all the progress you made at research labs, weapon mods, outpost modules, etc., stays finished. Tip, finish any pending research before you jump, as you won't need to find those materials again in the new world. Point 3. What you gain, the rewards. The game gives you a starter kit so you aren't completely helpless in the new universe. Starborn Guardian ship, a sleek, high-tech ship that cannot be modified but has unique weapons and great speed. Its stats improve every time you go through NG+, up to 6 times. Starborn spacesuit, a one-piece legendary suit, includes the helmet and jetpack in one item. It has high stats and 3 random legendary perks. This suit upgrades its look and stats every time you jump, up to 10 times. The Starborn dialogue option, you will now see unique dialogue choices. You can use your future knowledge to skip persuasion checks, reveal you know a character is lying, or even change the outcome of major story events. Point 4.
So I guess I didn't know, but the proper way to play Starfield is, and this is my first playthrough, so I'm learning. But the proper way to play it is you run the main quest all the way to the end, which is New Plus is 19. Yes, so one giant leap is, or so yeah, Unity through Revelation, so 18. In Starfield, what's the best mission to stop at right before New Game Plus? One giant leap. Build the armillary on your ship. Once built, the next time you power up your grav drive to jump anywhere, you will instead be transported to the Unity. Make a manual save. The choice. You can literally turn around and walk away from the center of the Unity. This returns to your ship in your current universe. You can then continue playing, doing side quests, or build outposts, knowing that the door to New Game Plus is always open whenever you want to clean your save file. Oh, buy every resource or expensive aid item. Finish research. Complete a research weapons mod. Stays with you forever. Level up powers. If you have any power from beyond quests left, do them now. You want your powers as strong as possible before the reset. Okay. I don't care about that stuff. I didn't know how it all worked, so... Okay, stop here, right? Stop here. Rename your ship to something like stop here. Okay, if you go back to the return. Avoid building massive outposts or collecting rare gear. Once you reach Unity, make that safety save. Try and New Game Plus immediately. The game feels stable and the crashes stop. You know the clean save worked. If you ever miss your old stuff, the safety save is there to let you go back and play the buggy version whenever you want. That's really good advice. Thank you. Thank you so much. You saved me so much time with this. I appreciate it. I will have to produce bullets, I guess. Yeah. Gunpowder. Let's sleep, I guess. I didn't bork my save, thank God. I got so scared. But all the mods will work, so I guess before I do New Game Plus, I should look into maybe like buying any other mods that I want like this month or whatever. Let's go look at a review of Hightail.
Disconnect or something like that, that forces you to lose the progress since the last save. But if you are not experiencing that, and if it's just because you're done playing the game at that specific game session, so you go ahead and you hit exit back to home screen, it saves your game at that point automatically, and it exits you back out to the home screen. More often than not, it's a fantastic way to save your progress. It doesn't create a permanent save file, it's just a temporary save file. The next time you load in from that save point, it does do away with it entirely. And more often than not, like I was saying, it does do its job. But I've seen it more often than not through this specifically when I have an issue like I'm showing you here on screen, where it again is just indefinitely spinning, second by second, minute after minute. Nothing is loading in, nothing is changing. It's not even freezing to like indicate that it's like frozen. So that's why I say it's a corrupted save file, because it feels like it's trying to load something and it just can't, like a broken record, right? Like it keeps skipping on something. So how do you avoid it? We'll just jump to the end, right? Save, hard save before you save exit. But for troubleshooting steps, what I've been showing is first, I try to just exit out of the game, load.
Starfield, how do I find the power on Gunabu 6D? I like the exploration, it's fun. Sensor contact. That's 6D. Gunabu 6. No. Here we go. Yay, I didn't bork my save.
Back into the game. When that didn't work again, I tried to reset the console completely and load back into it. So we're going to try that here real quick. Load back in after refresh, restart, continue, run the exit save. And see, like, so a little initial tell is, see how it's kind of skipping? I know that I'm doing like 4 times speed, so it's like hard to tell. But if it's not like a smooth circle that little load circle in the bottom right corner is doing, if it's kind of sketchy, skipping around a little bit, it's a good indication that you're experiencing what I'm showing you. And it's just never going to load. It's just going to sit there forever and never load. So, you might be asking yourself then, Tommy, what do you do to avoid this? Because normally when you exit, a lot of times, at least maybe I'm the weird one, I don't know, but I always hit exit from the start menu, so I go back to the starting screen of the game, and that's just how I exit the game from that point. So, like I've said earlier already, the big thing that you have to do, save the game, create a hard save. You can save over your last hard save, whatever, but you have to create a hard save right before you exit the game. Doing that is like creating a backup file, a backup save. That one is permanent. So where that exit save, like I was saying, is just a temporary save file, it completely erases itself once you load back in for the next time. If you create a hard save, it's permanent. See how there's no time difference above the 3 hours and 19 minutes? Because I literally save, and then I exit save. So when I tried to continue on the next resumption of play, and I kept having that issue, I tried to troubleshoot it first, make sure it wasn't like a bad save file or anything like that. I wasted like 17 minutes trying to troubleshoot it, but ultimately it was irrelevant because I had that backup save, that hard save file that I made right before exiting. So I encourage you all to do that. That's the best strategy.
We have not moved for some time. Checking vitals. It seems you are still alive.
I think I will pull an all-nighter. It's a Wednesday. It's not a bad day to do that. I don't think I could sleep today. I know I can't. So I'm going to play Starfield all night and try to beat it, as crazy as it is. But it gives me something to do, you know, like that I would like to focus on. And I believe I will caffeinate now to try and stay up until 7. And I will just play Once Human and Starfield and shit like all day. I don't care. Maybe I will go up under Starfield right now just to try and pull more stuff. What am I up under? I am up under... Yep. And I want to pop to Starfield today. Starfield. Save. And we'll go up under Starfield for like a day. Tomorrow I'll go in under just chatting, but 12 viewers. Oh well. 12 viewers. Dumb. It is late at night. That's part of it. So, there we go. Okay. Let us go. I want to create a quick save here in case my save is borked. And I want to do a hard save here at 85. I don't know how to enter this place. Is this it? No. Oh, here we go. Nice, this was easy enough. Chagas Weevil. The fuck is that? Oh, come on. There was more. So dumb. This is a waste of ammo. I'm just gonna leave. Hi, kitty. You want to sit? Hi, beautiful kitty. What? Can't tell when there's something right in front of their face because of the drug, I guess. I was just shooting a beam and I didn't realize because I couldn't see it. What? Oh, the headshots. Spacer's agroness. This combat music's gonna go on for a long time, huh? I'm just gonna kill it. It's not that hard to do. All this money, it doesn't mean anything, huh? That's funny, you can't buy anything with it. I should unlock weapon mods, I guess, and do levels and stuff, and mod weapons until I have it all unlocked. Where's this asshole with the explosives? That guy? Okay. Ooh, I'm Rebel Pacifier. Oh, come on! not too good. Okay, I'm gonna fix my camera. Where's the other guy? He like shot me in the head. There he is. Hey everybody, I think it is. Looking around on all the services for a magazine. Don't see anything. That shed report.
You're on the computer
Watching
again?
this Nazi get arrested.
You're on the computer again?
You on the computer again?
Maybe people want to see that shit, man. I don't know if you want that stuff in your house. You have your own beliefs, but you don't got to push them off on everybody.
Get a car for transport, 120 clear. You got one in custody, you'll be out in a second.
Jamie, I'll meet you here in a second.
Alright, you wait about it. Traverse from the
Clear.
Come on, I'll step over here a second. Any weapons in here good this time? Huh? Let's see, you're out on bond for doing the same dumb shit, and you're out doing it again. Huh? So you're still not on your meds? Huh? Where'd you get a new computer at? Eric, you got a printer in here with all the stuff on it. This is the one we just got. How's it running? This?
No idea. Is he doing it off his phone, hooking his phone up to the...
You doing it?
Yeah, and I asked if like flying, I said that it's fine as long as you don't tape it to like people's mailboxes. You're not allowed to fly on people's mailboxes.
don't we just tell everybody in the building what you're about and all this stuff and let them deal with you? I think that's going to work out for you.
They already know.
Oh, they already know you're doing this stuff?
Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty open with my beliefs.
Okay. How are you working your computer in here?
How do I work my computer?
Yeah, how are you working it?
I don't have a computer.
What's the monitor that? How are you getting all this stuff and making the flyers?
You guys print them out.
From where?
My phone.
From your phone?
Yeah.
Okay. You want to put shoes on? You want to go with your socks?
Oh, I'll put my shoes.
All right. Come on.
So wait, what am I being charged with?
Menacing, probably, and ethnic intimidation.
Plus you're going to violate on your bond on all your old cases.
Yeah.
Usually when you agree to OR bond, you agree to not do the same stuff you did to get arrested in the first place, right? You know what you covered that with you, probably?
No.
All right.
You got keys that you're gonna need when you come back?
Yeah, I think they're... Yeah, those are right there. Yep, and then I got the little pad, the keypad thing, the key fob.
What's the key fob? The key fob for what, yours?
Yeah.
All right. So the elevator, huh?
I mean, yeah. Well,
Just do it again.
2117, you guys go inside? Outside, we're walking out. Alright, we're in the lobby now.
Now, so this was all the segments, so...
just get out?
Yeah, what you mean?
Be back for this time.
Computers right now.
Vandalism. I think 295. I go to court for 29th. Can you see a minute now? How you doing? Busy today. I have 16 people in hearing court right now.
Oh, wow.
Rogers' attorney originally, in November 2020, for many crimes, including stalking, vandalism, along with several acts of prejudice, recently pleaded guilty to some of these incidents. Sentencing information for the Sandusky resident, Austin J. Rogers, is not yet known. In October 2022, Sandusky police arrested Austin for allegedly engaging in a pattern of conduct that caused mental distress. Authorities said Rogers threatened to harm a child and actively stalked this youth. Rogers' attorney originally, in November 2022, filed a plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. At that time, the case was not resolved. More recently, Rogers pleaded guilty to 2 counts of menacing by stalking, a 4th-degree felony. 2 other counts of menacing by stalking were dismissed. Rogers remained locked up in the Erie County Jail on 2 vandalism charges, both felonies. He's also accused of committing a similar act at Shoreline Park. His bond was listed at $15,000. He was rearrested today, July 12th, on a probation violation. Once again booked into the Erie County Jail.
Attempt combat us. You will not survive.
Viewer discretion advised.
He was always searching for something that wasn't really him.
Scott Weiland was a rock and roll icon and a walking disaster at the same time.
Scott Weiland lost another round in his struggle with drugs this week.
He fronted Stone Temple Pilots and Velvet Revolver, sold over 50 million albums, and still managed to get kicked out of both bands, as his addiction turned his life into a tabloid circus.
We had our hands full with Scott. You know, we'd book these tours and there'd be hundreds of thousands of tickets sold and he didn't show up.
This is the story of Scott Weiland.
I'm Scott Weiland.
To understand Scott Weiland, you have to start with Scott Klein, the child version of him that most people never think about. He was born in 1967 in San Jose, right in the middle of America's suburban boom. But his home life fractured almost immediately. His parents split when he was 2, and by 5, he had the last name of a strict stepfather. After that, Scott's life settled into a pattern that's tough for any child to absorb. He moved back and forth between his mother and stepfather and his biological father between California and Ohio. And this is important because instability at that age changes the way a kid learns to navigate the world. Scott ended up being shaped by 2 contrasting father figures. His stepfather was rigid, harsh, and controlling. Meanwhile, his biological father was the opposite. He smoked pot and introduced him to cool music 1 record at a time. You can already guess which version of manhood young Scott found more exciting. And that choice shaped everything that came later.
First two albums I was ever given as a child were Captain and Tennille, the Love Will Keep Us Together album, and the Captain Fantastic album. I was 5 years old.
Like many artists from his generation, there was one band that set everything in motion. The Beatles. Their music opened a door in Scott's mind, showing him what a life in music could look like.
Beatlemania. I was about 12 years old. It was in Blossom Hill in Cleveland, Ohio. It had a big effect on me. The Beatles have always had a big effect on me.
And then in elementary school, he realized he genuinely loved singing. It wasn't forced, and it didn't feel like schoolwork. It felt right. And that early discovery became one of the first anchors in his life.
Actually, in elementary school, I was even sang in choir, and I sang in the Christmas concert for the school and for parents. I sang the solo Tannenbaum. Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah, that was actually in 1st grade, but I really enjoyed it. You know, you got to sing a lot of different stuff. A lot of stuff that was in Italian, a lot of stuff that was in Latin and in German.
So, while the other kids were busy talking about one day becoming an astronaut, Scott was locked onto one thing. He wanted to be a rock star.
I mean, everyone wanted to be an astronaut.
Space shuttle mission, and it is clear.
And I guess in a sense, like being a musician is kind of close to being an astronaut.
By 6th grade, Scott had already stepped out of a normal childhood. His mother was dealing with alcoholism, and he would steal her beers. And at age 12, something deeply traumatic occurred. He was abused by a high school senior, and the event was so overwhelming that his mind shut it out completely. He wouldn't remember it until decades later when he was older and in rehab and the horrific memories resurfaced. What he did vividly remember and carry with him was another traumatic event that happened when he was 16. On a regular school day, some cops randomly showed up, pulled him from class, and took him straight to a psychiatric hospital. And from there, he wouldn't return home for 3 months. Only later he would learn that his parents had called the cops on him when they discovered he was experimenting with substances.
When I was in high school, I actually was going through that teenage kind of like parents and me don't get along so well kind of time. Sure, I experimented with drugs, and you know, I drank beer and whatever, like just like everybody else does. But anyway, so I get sent away to a mental
This is the
hospital
sort of stuff that happens to
called
me.
Brea
So
Mental
dumb.
Hospital for like kids that are all fucked up thing. And I was there for actually for 3 months.
That moment
think I had
left
a
him with
friend
a
who went to that
lasting
hospital.
distrust toward rules and the people who enforced them. The one thing that made him feel safe was music. Music made him feel understood in a way no one else around him could.
I actually went to high school in Orange County in Southern California, and I really didn't fit in too well with the crowd that was like the popular Soch kind of like crowd, really, you know. The football players, you know, that like walk into a party. So I always loved music ever since I was like in elementary school.
He got hooked on the Sex Pistols and Queen, a punk band and a glam rock band. The contrast that lit him up and shaped the kind of performer he wanted to be.
I was also at that time into a different kind of music. Everybody at that time seemed to be into like Prince and Michael Jackson and cheesy people like, you know, Billy Idol and that. And I was more into punk rock music at that time. And at my school in Huntington Beach, you know, people that were into punk rock, like for the Soch crowd thing, were like, oh, those guys are losers. Those guys are losers.
By his teens, he was already fronting his own punky post-pop band and playing in Orange County dive bars.
So I kind of started with some friends of mine, a band, played at that kind of thing for a while in my garage, you know, pissed off all the neighbors.
Music was the pressure valve that kept him from blowing apart. He poured everything into it because it was the only thing that made his messed up world feel even slightly manageable.
It's almost like letting demons out of the closet in a way. It's like anything, you know, when you have something that's on your mind that is like bothering you, sometimes to be able to like talk to somebody about it, you know, talk about it or whatever, it kind of feels like you're cleansed, you know, and you feel better, you know, better about it.
In 1987, destiny came knocking in the form of a bass player at a Black Flag concert. Weiland met Robert DeLeo at the gig, and the two bonded immediately.
We actually met at a Black Flag concert. It turned out through the conversation, we found that we were both seeing the same girl at the same time, which was a really strange thing, and we kind of laughed about it. It wasn't any serious kind of relationship. But then we ended up saying, like, you know, we really should, like, try to put some kind of musical project together.
You know, when we first met, he was fresh out of college and very healthy and fit and like a you know, like a puppy, you know.
Together with Robert's brother Dean on guitar and drummer Eric Kretz, they formed a band called Mighty Joe Young.
We called ourselves Mighty Joe Young. When I was a kid, I used to drive to my great aunt's house in Evanston, Illinois. Being bored, I sat around and watched a lot of Thanksgiving holiday TV, and Mighty Joe Young seemed to be on every single Thanksgiving. It was like one of those things, like, and that we ended up adopting that name.
One problem, they'd unknowingly swiped the name of an actual blues singer. Forced to rebrand, the young rockers rechristened themselves Stone Temple Pilots.
Through like a little period of time trying to change the name, thinking of different names and that, and got this vision of my old first bicycle that I ever had when I was a kid. And on the bicycle, on the big banana seat, I had this big STP sticker. And I thought, well, this is a cool thing, you know, this is a really, that's amazing, you know. If Andy Warhol were alive, you know, he would think that is like, you know, complete, total, you know, pop art genius. It seemed like a cool idea, and but we had to think of something to that it meant. First, we were kind of partial to Shirley Temple's but we were advised that that might not be taken so well. So we said, okay, well, Stone Temple Pilots seemed to fit really well because it was kind of like a contradiction, like all of us are, like everybody is. I mean, everybody basically, when you think about it, it's kind of like a contradiction.
As the 1990s began, the four of them had shaped their sound into something distinct. It mixed metal-influenced guitar work, grunge heaviness, and hooks pulled straight from classic rock, a combination that would soon make them blow up.
I sing for a band sometimes called STP. We're a rock and roll band, not necessarily alternative enough.
In 1992, right in the middle of the grunge explosion, Stone Temple Pilot released their debut album, Core. The timing and sound aligned perfectly. The album climbed to number 3 on Billboard almost immediately and eventually sold 8 million copies. MTV pushed them into heavy rotation pretty much instantly. Tracks like Sex Type Thing, Creep, and Plush offered listeners an even darker, more brooding edge of the grunge movement.
And this record was a lot of fun to listen to. So much variety. I loved how they fused this amazing sort of floaty, atmospheric quality with that heavier grunge quality as well.
Weiland's powerful baritone and snake stage movements quickly positioned him as one of the most prominent performers in alternative rock. But not everyone was impressed. For hardcore grunge fans, Stone Temple Pilots felt like a band trying to cash in on the Seattle trend. To them, Weiland's baritone was a negative element. People kept comparing him to Eddie Vedder, and some critics went straight for the insult, calling him a knockoff rather than giving him credit for his own sound.
He did choir, and he knew how to genuinely sing.
Weiland wasn't clueless about the hate, but instead of shrinking himself to fit the scene, he marched on stage in drag, dresses, lipstick. Seeing Scott Weiland thrashing around in a miniskirt and smeared makeup under blinding stage lights wasn't something the purists were ready for. But while the critics critiqued, Core bulldozed right past them. The band was everywhere on MTV, and Scott was riding the rock star rocket at full speed. Their second album, Purple, debuted at #1 on Billboard and proved they weren't just a fluke. They showed growth too.
If you listen to Purple compared to Core, there's a different sound. I think that one goal that I always had, and lucky enough it worked out with STP, was every album we changed our sound.
Their sound was still heavy, but now more melodic, which even some former skeptics had to respect. The bluesy stomp of Vaseline, the warm acoustic feel of Interstate Love Song, and the shadowy swagger of Big Empty highlighted how much the band had grown in just 1 year. And by the end of '94, they were selling out arenas worldwide.
All those visions
This is my
that you
favorite
had
band
as
for a
at a
long time.
really young age, at 17 and 18, of like just out gigging and writing your songs and playing them, and you know, it was all moving like this, and it was just such a really beautiful, exciting time.
We achieved our dream, you know? It was like we were rock stars and we had a free pass to mass indulgence, and we were going to experience the whole entire thing.
The thing that I regret was at the end of the tour, I told him, I said, look, Scotty, you're gonna be huge, you're gonna have money, you're gonna have drugs, you're gonna have pussy, and it's gonna be everywhere. And I said, if you do anything, stay away from heroin. And I probably should have said, do as much as you can, because, you know, he did the exact opposite.
You know, I always had a desire to try heroin.
Scott embraced the rock star role completely. His appearance shifted constantly, moving from punk rock to full-on extravaganza. By now he had proven he was more than an Eddie Vedder knockoff. He'd embraced a glam punk theatricality that set him apart from the brooding grunge pack.
Yeah.
I watched certain performers like David Bowie, Jane's Addiction, and saw that frontmen like that were artists in the studio, but also performance artists when they played on stage. I wanted to have that kind of dynamic. I wanted to be a performance artist, and I wanted to really own the stage.
But there was something inside of him that he, you know, was always searching for. He was always searching for something that wasn't really him. You know, I don't think he was genuinely happy with himself. He was always looking to be, you know, he went through a lot of phases.
In 1995, Weiland was arrested for possessing heroin and cocaine.
During the traffic stop, the officers were doing looking inside the car like you normally do with your flashlights, what have you, and they observed a hypodermic syringe on the floorboard of the car.
The arrest led to court-ordered rehab and put his name on the news for all the wrong reasons. As a consequence, the band had to cancel their tour and a high-profile gig opening for Kiss. As a result, Weiland was quickly labeled as another liability in a scene struggling with substance abuse, something that began to threaten the band's success.
There were times where we just were checking in on him to see if he was alive.
In 1996, they released Tiny Music,
He was in rehab.
a notable shift from their earlier work.
This is my favorite album.
This one leaned into
It was a bad album,
psychedelic,
but it was
Beatles-like elements and added touches of glam rock. Songs such as Big Bang Baby, Trippin' on a Hole in a Paper Heart, and Lady Picture Show were undeniable proof that the band could evolve beyond their grunge origins. However, sales were lower than the first two albums, and things only got worse when it came time to tour. Weiland's heroin use had spiraled so far out of control that he had to enter rehab again, making a proper tour impossible.
Tiny Music, we only toured for 6 weeks. So there was this energy growing. I don't know if it was all resentment. There was an energy growing that wasn't allowing us to, we kind of saw where things were going.
Scott Weiland lost another round in his struggle with drugs this week.
We had our hands full with Scott. You know, we'd book these tours and there'd be hundreds of thousands of tickets sold and he wouldn't show up. You know, we're ready to go out on a tour and flights are booked and hotels are booked and lots of tickets sold and no singer.
This era was a revolving door of recovery attempts and relapses.
Once I became a heroin addict, all I could think of was, oh my God, your life is fucked up.
But they were a pain in the ass because they freaked out every time you went into rehab. Do I have that right?
Yeah, you know, I don't know. I just, it seemed like every time I turned around, I was in the back of a cop car.
At one point, his bandmates grew so frustrated that they formed a side project called Talk Show with a different singer
I like their
to
album.
keep making music while Scott was away.
We needed to take a little break from that environment. We needed to take a little break. And we did. We went and did Talk Show.
Loves my car.
Weiland, for his part, responded by channeling his creative energy elsewhere too. In 1998, during one of STP's downtime periods, he released a quirky solo album titled 12 Bar Blues.
I also have made my first solo album.
It was a commercial flop, but still, it demonstrated something often lost in the headlines. He wasn't just a troubled frontman, doomed to vanish into his addiction. He was a genuine artist with real ideas and creativity to spare. By 1999, STP somehow found their footing again and dropped number 4, an album with a heavier sound that seemed to reassert their place in rock music.
Because we took about 2 years off and I really was the catalyst to get the band back in to do number 4.
And somehow, out of all that chaos, they scored another hit, Sour Girl. A bittersweet, Beatles-like track that sat on radio next to the heavier single, Down. The music video even featured Sarah Michelle Gellar and became a staple of late TRL playlists.
Now, did you choose her?
Yeah, I did. And the reason being, I've been a big fan of Buffy the Vampire Slayer for quite a long time. And you know, when we were, thought about casting for that video, I thought about Sarah Michelle right away. And it was really great working with her.
Weiland later explained that he wrote Sour Girl about the end of his marriage to his first wife, Janina Castaneda.
Was she, the ex-wife, was she sour?
Well, it's just kind of saying, like, you know what? She, in a sense, she was kind of cursed the day she met me. It's like, and a lucky girl and a happy girl the day that, she walked out of my life. I made some bad relationship choices in the past.
Was she sour, or were you sour? I mean, who's sour?
Sour as in unhappy at the time.
Oh, okay.
And I guess, sort of through those mistakes that you make in life, you just hope that, you make commitments to not make the same ones, and that's kind of what this song's about.
I went through, Scott, a tough time.
In classic rock star fashion, he finalized that divorce and quickly married model Mary Forsberg, all within the same time frame. Number 4 was a success, but shortly after it came out, Scott violated probation from his earlier drug bust and got slammed with a jail sentence. So, while the band was clawing their way back into the spotlight, their frontman was literally behind bars, unable to promote a thing.
That's what happened. So Scott wound up serving 6 months of his 1-year sentence. And Atlantic at that point said, this record's done. Let's just go work on something else.
By then, the chemistry between him and the rest of the band was almost entirely eroded.
I'm never going back into rehab. You're not? I'm never getting loaded again. This is like the way my life is, going to be now.
Scott, I love you, but even I don't believe you. I don't believe you.
Sometimes you can get a little impatient with one another's routine, shall we say.
Well said. Well said, yeah.
They pushed out one more album together, Shangri-La Dee-Da. It was a solid record and gave us the single Days of the Week. But at this point, Scott was so lost in his own self-destruction that the rest of the band could barely stand working with him. In 2002, during their tour, internal tension turned into regular shouting matches and even physical fights backstage.
Actually, we went through a period where on our last tour where it got really bad, and then I didn't speak to them for a long time.
By the end of it, the band officially split in a haze of bad blood and exhaustion. Weiland had become the definition of a rock and roll burnout. Brilliant, but unstable. Little did anyone know, the next chapter of his saga was about to be even crazier. Scott Weiland's next act began in perhaps the most unlikely way possible, by joining a band full of other addicts.
We're all now members of the Church of Jesus Christ as Latter-day Saints.
We started that too.
No, we're just joking.
Because, Scott, you don't sound straight.
Yeah. Well, you know what? That's the thing, is that's the reason why we're...
In 2003, mere months after STP's implosion, Weiland linked up with Slash, Duff McKagan, Matt Sorum, and Dave Kushner to form the rock super group Velvet Revolver.
Are you blending in with this band, or you sometimes accidentally calling them Stone Temple Pilots?
No, man. We're Velvet Revolver, a rock and roll band.
Let me get...
The band fully understood they were courting chaos by making him frontman.
You know, all things considered, you know, that was something that I think we knew going into it, what we were getting into.
That it was going to be a disaster?
We just wanted to play.
It wasn't founded on the premise that, oh, it's going to be great because we got this guy from this band and this guy from that band. We were all just so desperate to be in a band where everybody just saw eye to eye and we were doing the kind of music everybody in the band wanted to do.
The band took an unusual approach. They brought him to the mountains of Washington State and placed him on a strict routine that included detox, martial arts training, and clean food. It was rehab mixed with boot camp. In 2004, Contraband dropped and immediately hit #1 on Billboard. Overnight, Weiland was back where he always seemed to end up, right at the top. The album produced the massive hit Slither, a dirty hard rock anthem that dominated radio and won the band a Grammy for Best Hard Rock Performance. Fall to Pieces was basically Weiland's heart on his sleeve. The lyrics were a transparent chronicle of his drug struggles and the lifeline of support he'd found, presumably from his wife Mary or his new bandmates. Velvet Revolver followed their success with a large world tour, performing across the US, Europe, and Asia. For a short period, Scott appeared stable and in control, as if he had finally reversed his downward trajectory. But that stability was temporary. When the band released their second album, Libertad, in 2007, it failed to match the impact of their debut. The response was muted, and sales dropped sharply to only a few 100,000 copies. And right on schedule, Scott slid back into the wreckage with a DUI and rumors of relapse.
And Scott's a wonderful guy.
He's just gifted. Like, he's a great singer and stuff. Like,
great,
you know, so much soul.
Great melody writer, and it's just too bad to see a guy. You see him stumble, and it's like, dude. And especially around us, like we were all guys who'd stumbled, and hey, guy,
yeah, we've already been there. Yeah.
You're safe with us.
Yeah.
You can. But I wish the best for him.
In early 2008, out of nowhere, Scott grabbed the mic while on stage and told the crowd they were watching the last tour by Velvet Revolver. His bandmates were blindsided. They had no idea what he was talking about, but days later, the band made it official. Scott was out. Scott unloaded in his memoir, claiming he had joined the band only for the money, but that he never truly liked those songs. It was a bitter end to the band's brief run, a run that had proven Scott could rise from the ashes, but also that he could burn it all down just as fast. He had killed 2 major bands in a row. For many artists, that would have marked the end of their career. Instead, he pulled off another comeback and released a second solo album titled Happy in Galoshes, which achieved modest success. And then against all odds, he also reunited with Stone Temple Pilots.
So I got a new shotgun. The damage on it is off the hook. It randomly switches to explosive rounds. I like this gun. I like this gun a lot. I think I will sub it out for my infant tongue. I need to modify it. 24 rounds is really good. Let me through. I hate how you plug this door. It's so annoying. Let me through. Let me through. What happened to my weapons bench? Is it gone? Maybe it was that corrupted weapons bench or something. I don't know. Do I not have the material? So helium and neon.
I think we all love music. I mean, ultimately, that's what it is. That's what it is for myself, and I'm sure the same for everyone else. I mean, you know, there's ups and downs in life in general, and there are times that like this business gets really frustrating, the music business. But it's the love of you know, writing songs and performing songs live. That sort of carries you through those times when you know, other things seem to be kind of frustrating.
The DeLeo brothers took him back, and the reunion tour was a success. So successful, in fact, that they went back into the recording studio, and in 2010, they released the self-titled Stone Temple Pilots record. It had some solid tunes and gave them another round of media attention. Weiland was back fronting the band that made him famous, playing big venues and seemingly in a happier place. In 2011, he even found time to release a solo digital-only covers album, interpreting songs by artists like David Bowie and Nirvana. That same year, he surprised many by releasing a Christmas album, featuring traditional holiday songs sung in a classic Sinatra-inspired style. For a while, it almost felt like a redemption arc. But if you've been keeping score, you know peace never lasted long in Weiland land. By 2012, cracks began to show. Scott's behavior grew erratic again, showing up late to concerts or not quite present when he did show up.
And the communication never broke down between the three of us, meaning Robert, Eric, and myself, you know? There's always been an immense amount of respect and love and honor and commitment, and it just, yeah. You know, there's only so much, man. I can go to my grave saying I gave it my all.
In February 2013, Stone Temple Pilots announced that Scott had been kicked out of the band.
I think Robert and Eric and I exhausted ourselves just trying to help him and just be a friend. He wanted no part of that.
The situation quickly escalated into legal disputes and public tension over the band's name and future. The DeLeo brothers retained ownership of the band and went on without him, first bringing in Chester Bennington and later Jeff Gutt as the band's vocalist.
What is with the amount of crap that Stone Temple Pilots is getting for trying to have a singer that at least can show up on time and sing the shows? You know, Chester Bennington was in Stone Temple Pilots for a year and a half or so. Why? And, you know, the amount of hate that they were getting on their own Facebook feed from their own fans, hate towards Chester and, you know, mad at the DeLeo brothers for just trying to have a normal career.
But Scott kept busy. 2013 was also the year that he married his third wife and then assembled a backing band called the Wildabouts and went back touring.
You know, Tom Petty, it was Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers. And the Heartbreakers were a band that were his band. You know, there was mates, and they played like a band, same members. They didn't have changing members and everything. So I've had these guys back up with my solo band for years now, and so
he knew nostalgia still paid the bills, so he built his tour around old STP hits. And even without the real band, fans still showed up to hear the voice that once ruled the 90s. Scott and the Wildabouts eventually dropped Blaster in March 2015. It was supposed to be a victory lap, another rebirth for Scott. Instead, one day before the album's release, guitarist Jeremy Brown died suddenly at 34. The death was ruled accidental and drug-related. Scott was wrecked. He forced himself on stage, but the record didn't move units. The rooms were small, the spotlight was gone, and as you can imagine, he sunk deeper into substance abuse.
We fought only about his abuse of alcohol because it transformed him into a different person. And I had caught him a couple times with cocaine and massive fights about that. And then he swore to me he wasn't going to do it anymore.
If this were a movie, you would feel the crash coming, and you'd be right.
It was very evident where Scott was going. He had a new posse of people around him, as you know, that just kept feeding him all that he was, and they left out one vital part of that, and that was his health and his well-being, because everybody just wanted money.
As time went on, the warning signs became impossible to ignore. Fans noticed Scott looked slower and disconnected. He often seemed dazed on stage, often slurring the words to his songs and barely keeping up with the band.
You know, they had him doing an ungodly amount of shows in a short period of time, and we were really separate at that point. He was out doing his whatever that band was called. He had Wildabouts, and I knew it wasn't gonna bode well. But he had, you know, he was surrounded by yes men, and that's one of the reasons he didn't want to be around us, because we were like, dude, we have your best interests in our hearts here. Like, this is probably not a good idea. Leave me alone.
The performer who once commanded rooms had become depressing to watch. Some fans showed up out of concern, others out of morbid curiosity, and then eventually ticket sales dropped. In late 2015, Scott started canceling some shows because hardly anyone bought tickets. A brutal contrast to the days when STP sold out the same cities in minutes. Time was moving on, and Scott was barely holding on.
Scott Weiland, one of rock's most distinctive voices, has died.
On December 3rd, 2015, the story reached its end. Scott Weiland was on tour in the Midwest, riding in his tour bus.
I remember when it happened, I was driving taxi in 2015 in Denver, Colorado, and they came over the airwaves. I was listening to the radio back then quite a lot. And they came over the airwaves, and they were like, Scott Weiland died. And I was like, oh no. And I heard that on KBPI 1067. And I remember I started crying. I was like on my way to a ride, I was on my way back from a ride, I think, actually. Because I didn't lose my job, but, you know, but I was just fucked up by this. And I was like, oh no, my favorite lead singer is dead. You know, he was my favorite singer for like 10 years. He was like who replaced Kurt Cobain for me, you know? And when Kurt died, I was like, well, I need somebody who's going to live. And I chose Stone Temple Pilots, and I thought they were really good. And I remember pulling over and texting my entire crew, Scott Weiland is dead, and just getting all the responses and everything. And then I just sat there in the Winchell's Donuts parking lot up there in Aurora at like Evans and Holly. Yeah, like Holly and Evans, I believe it was. There was like a donut shop there. I pulled in and I just started crying. I sat there for like an hour and shit, smoking cigarettes and just crying. I was like crying. And I went into the donut shop and I remember I got like a cinnamon crumb. And I remember I got a cinnamon crumb donut and a bottle of milk, and it was comfort food. And I just sat there in my car, and I smoked cigarettes, and I ate a donut, and I drank milk, and I even remember what food I had. And it's just like, this is crazy. And then a couple of years later, not much later, like 3, 4, 5 years later, something like that, we lost Chris Cornell too. We lost him completely. This lifestyle, it's not good for junkies. It's just not. It's what, you know, I was okay with not being famous, you know. Oh, my kitty. Oh, my beautiful, beautiful kitty. I love you. I love my beautiful kitty. She's such a...
Toward a show in Bloomington, Minnesota. When he failed to appear for sound check that evening, a crew member went to check on him and found him dead in his bunk on the tour bus. He was 48 years old, and despite surviving a lifetime of substance abuse, he died in his sleep, quietly.
Reports say that Weiland passed away in his sleep last night on his tour bus in Bloomington, Minnesota. Weiland battled substance.
The official cause was ruled an accidental overdose, something his family didn't fully agree with.
They all tried to write it off like, oh, he overdosed, like he just overdosed, like and to be honest, I'm just gonna be flat out, like, I don't really like the woman who was once my stepmom, but she actually, what I will say that she probably isn't lying about is that, and that I would bet more than anything, is that he had a heart attack. And because all the years of like abusing his body, right, it catches up, you know, and eventually it's like there's only so much your body can take, you know. He was about to be 50, and
his heart was damaged, his health was gone, and the lifestyle that fueled his art finally took everything back.
Because of his years of heroin abuse, his years of alcohol abuse, and his years of being essentially a chain smoker, the main artery in his left ventricle of his heart was 95% blocked.
Wow.
Basically, all anybody had to do was go, boom, and he would have died. So nobody wants to talk about that. They want to be, oh, he overdosed. He was an addict. That's not why he died. Yes, he had those things in his system. That's not what killed him.
In a heartbreaking and darkly poetic twist, he died on a tour bus. That liminal space between gigs that was basically his home for much of his adult life. One more fallen 90s icon to add to the list, alongside Cobain, Staley, and Cornell.
But many other musicians who have died since Scott,
and Bradley Nowell,
who truly overdosed or committed suicide, for some reason they are held on some kind of goddamn pedestal. And he's just like, oh, well, you know, Scott Weiland, he fucked up again and then he died. And I am livid about that.
Weiland had achieved more in 48 years than most could in several lifetimes. He was the voice of not one, but 2 massively successful rock bands, selling over 50 million albums across his projects. He racked up Grammy Awards, multi-platinum records, and by any measure, he lived the rock star dream to its fullest heights. During the height of grunge, many singers adopted a restrained, almost detached stage presence. Scott went in the opposite direction. He took cues from Bowie, Jim Morrison, and Freddie Mercury and made it uniquely his own. And he enabled a new generation of younger rock singers to be bolder on stage and to unapologetically mix vulnerability with flamboyance. Even the critics who were so harsh in the early days have largely come around to acknowledging Weiland's place in rock history. In hindsight, people see how STP didn't really sound like anyone else from the grunge pack. They had their own groove, and Weiland's vocals were a huge part of that. He wasn't a one-trick pony. He could do the deep baritone croon, the feral rock scream, and even delicate, dreamy vocals. That chameleon voice made his music catalog richer and more varied than many of his 90s peers. On the other side, there is the cautionary lesson, a familiar pattern of addiction and self-destruction that has affected many artists across generations. What stands out is that Scott continued creating until the very end, even when his voice cracked, even when the crowds shrank, even when his body was clearly failing him. He was still out there, still expressing himself through music while the demons circled. There's something tragic but also deeply human about his persistence. Scott Weiland's story is both a story of triumph and failure, brilliance and loss. But at its core, this is the story of a kid who wanted to be a rock star and who actually got to live his dream all the way to the...
Yeah, I'm glad it didn't happen to me, or I would have done the same as him, unfortunately.
As a business, the ski industry continues to hit new heights. Resorts have seen record numbers of skiers in recent years. Revenue is streaming in.
Oh my God.
And there's growing frustration on the mountain.
Yo, what the fuck?
Skiing is becoming increasingly expensive, inconvenient, and out of reach.
Tickets can cost almost $300 for just one day at that resort.
Families can't afford it.
One day, that's how much a fucking season pass used to cost for Colorado natives. That's insane. That's fucking insane. I used to buy a season pass for, what, $5.50 I think it was?
Locals are pushed out of town, ski areas are overcrowded and understaffed.
Park City ski patrollers are officially on strike.
And there's a lot of anger at the $6 billion company at the center of the ski resort industry.
An online petition from Vail Resort's customers frustrated by unopened terrain and long lift lines is gaining steam. Vail Park Mountains and nothing more is the same. Fuck Vail.
Vail Resorts, along with Alterra, are the two dominant forces in the ski industry, and together reshaped ski resort culture and the mountain communities that built it through expansion, skyrocketing costs, and business strategies that have sparked intense debate.
They made a conscious decision to essentially decide, we're going to increase our profits at the expense of people.
In the game Once Human, what's the best way to get acid in the early game?
people's happiness.
Their influence has changed the experience of resort skiing and snowboarding over the past decade and a half, leaving many to wonder, did it have to get this bad? Is there a way out?
Or is resort skiing going to continue in this direction? Follow me to find out.
It wasn't all that long ago that skiing was much more affordable. In 1999, there were 509 ski areas operating in the United States, and many were battling to charge the lowest price for a lift ticket. A daily ticket ranged from $35 to $60, and there were some popular areas with even lower prices. It was also around that time that the last major government antitrust action hit the industry, forcing Vail to divest one of its properties. With more competition, a hotspot like Park City, Utah had 3 mountain resorts run by 3 different companies.
America, you are gonna love it.
My friends used to live there.
Julia McCarrier moved to Park City, Utah in 2013 and began working for the Ski Patrol at the Canyons, one of the 3 resorts before Vail entered the picture.
If I remember correctly, that house was passed down essentially from ski patroller to ski patroller to ski patroller for a long time.
Vail began acquiring ski mountains in 1996, but it wasn't until around 2010 that it really hit its stride.
Breaking news coming out of Park City today. Vail Resorts has just purchased Park City Mountain Resort for $182.5 million in cash. Park City Mountain and Canyons will be combined for the 2015-2016 season.
I would say when Park City and Canyons merged, that was when there was a really distinct shift.
Everything that we can see is the Canyons ski resort. This is about half of Park City Mountain Resort. What up, dude? How's it going?
Lou Chiappetta is another member of the Ski Patrol at Vail's Park City Mountain Resort.
There are a lot of different demographics represented in Park City, from liberal all the way across to conservative. Not many of them are big fans of Vail as a corporation.
Vail picked up 3 existing ski resorts in 2012, 9 between 2013 and 2018, and a whopping 18 in 2019 alone after it purchased publicly traded company Peak Resorts.
Today, Vail and its rival company Alldayerrydaybaby own over 50 major ski resorts and have control of over half of the entire U.S. ski market.
They are the most powerful names in the industry, and together they are simply known as the duopoly.
Well, a duopoly is 2 firms kind of running the show, and here we have 2 firms, Vail and Alldayerrydaybaby, who have gone around the country rolling up ski slopes and ski resorts one after another.
Hal Singer is an economist and antitrust expert at the University of Utah. He's also an avid skier.
What independent ownership does is it creates really strong and I would submit healthy incentives for the owner to treat its customers and its workers well. But once these firms get rolled up by these kind of faceless private equity firms, it's really no longer anyone's responsibility.
The food increased. The cost of a day ticket went through the roof. There became a greater influence and a greater perspective on making sure that there was like a consistent experience as opposed to a unique experience. So goodbye Canis Lupus Challenge.
It costs hundreds of bucks a day to rent gear for your family. If you want your family in lessons for the whole day, that's going to be a lot more. A private lesson costs even more on top of that.
Skiing really took off in the United States in the 1930s, after the Winter Olympics in Lake Placid, New York, and the invention of the chairlift. As equipment got more affordable, the sport got more popular, and between the growth of artificial snowmaking and the opening of new mega resorts, skiing became more ubiquitous than ever. but it's also an expensive business to run. And by the 90s, the boom times were fading. More than 50 independent ski resorts in the United States closed between 1990 and 2000. Big companies like Vail began to roll up mountains. And in 2008, Vail changed the sport with an all-mountain, all-access card, the Epic Pass, which gives skiers access to all 40-plus Vail-owned resorts for around $1,000.
If you buy one thing this year, make it the Epic Pass.
In 2018, Alldayerra followed suit with its own pass, the Icon, offering access to skiing at 17 destinations.
Having the huge season pass option that you can go to many different ski resorts sounds